just from the time that I started streaming. I was part of Fuse's streams and Aqua streams long before the end of last year already, and back then I didn't actually get to know you. That was actually just something that came with like my with what I wanted to start with when I talked about this with Kragan and such, that I wanted to stream as well. That is just when I first really noticed you in Fuse's streams and in the other streams of the Tavern, that I really looked into it. And in that, I do have the feeling that you also made quite a development. So, I hope that that wasn't anything that you do mind me telling. Because I do mean it in quite a nice way, because I actually do like it when I see other people growing and growing to be more confident and growing to be more of themselves. That actually is something that I, with my empathic side, is actually quite. When I first joined this community, I was like, money will make me fit, right? And now I'm like, I give up. Like me, the bitches deal with it. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, I actually do feel with you in at least some way, and I did actually like to see your growth. Just as a side note. Okay. Moving stuff, context action left one, wounding left, execution attack is the right one, and the spear throw is R. I know we have never actually used R for anything, but that will come up to be probably quite important, so pull the yelling card. Definitely. Okay, so we are in Tartarus. We just made our way the last time over there. From what I still remember, we were at the Oracle of Delphi, the new Oracle, and she granted us, or she actually got us to open a passage into the underworld and apparently right into Tartarus, which is quite surprising, because Tartarus is something that mortal men, like even Odysseus and even all of the other champions, mortal champions, the only one that I actually remember that was a mortal and that actually returned to tell a tale was Sisyphus, when we are talking about Tartarus. Like, even all of the other heroes were never in Tartarus themselves. They were in the underworld, but of course the underworld was different parts or different regions themselves. Which I probably shouldn't even call it underworld, but that is something I can go into later. Remember, you were one of the people who maybe feel like I didn't need money to be liked. Slowing down for definitely helped me. If it's still here. It is still there.
So, Tartarus. I've probably seen 1,000 men here.
Air is foul.
It burns the throat. Could be poisonous. Stay alert. Stay focused. Let's finish this.
I'm not quite sure about the audio levels. I don't want it to drown me out. Oh, you know what I actually forgot? Let me just fix that. My chatbot actually disconnected when I started the game, because starting it out is actually taking a lot of the CPU for some reason. So, well, it didn't actually. It just didn't respond, and so I closed it. But I did some tweaking with the graphics settings, and the capture setting, of course, is different as well now. I can't display capture anymore, but in return I got the game capture and the window capture to work, and that is going all over the one power source from the NVIDIA graphics. So maybe that actually does help you having a cleaner experience now. Like I said, I can't actually promise it, but it should actually run smoother than it was the last time any one of you was around in one of the Rise of the Argonauts streams. It should actually run smoother. Okay, so try again, Dexter. It should be there. And hey, Shman, how are you doing? It should be live now. Yeah, when was the last time? It was you were there when I streamed this the last time, and it should have been like maybe even before the beginning of or before I was at home for the beginning of the last month. So it should have been like 3 or 4 weeks at least. But still gonna fight. No, it's a fine bot. It's a fine bot. It actually does work when I have it on. I just literally forgot to turn it back on. But yeah, there it is. And it actually does show up. Nice. It does feel like ages ago, doesn't it? Okay. I think the T-chat even prevents from the phone from going out. So that should be fine. We actually do have some stars here. But I think the last time we actually looked at all of those. Pygmalion. Why are you Pygmalion? Helios, that is fine. Aura, Conduit of the Gods. Cepheus. The Spear of Virtue. I think we have already looked at all of those. Liber the Scales balances all of the deeds of men and women. For every good there is an evil, for every joy a sorrow. Athena herself created the scales and the stars as a permanent reminder that justice is immutable, and every deed, great and small, will be measured when the accounts is made of all mortals' lives. The scales of justice know neither bias nor pity, recognize neither condition nor station, and ever weigh the true balance of a man to the smallest part. Which is actually and hey Lucas, how's it going? At least this one time we had for 5 minutes. Oh, at least this one time we had for 5 minutes. Yeah, Dexter was there for the first streams. And he actually fought with something that I don't even have. Well, it is still on my channel. The Nightbot is still on my channel in another resource. Why is that? Why is my mace actually smoking? For some reason it is smoking. Okay. Can I even? I literally just have to see how the controls work again. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm Gemini. Oh, Gemini. There's a whole tale about those as well, but that one I have not been Nightbot from my channel. Well, you can just disconnect it if that is your desire. But don't worry, Dexter, you're not gonna get banned out. The worst that can happen to you is that it actually purges you, but that is literally it. Like I said, I don't know about the sound levels. So, I can actually up the brightness a little bit. Music volume and dialogue volume. That I can. And here, and let me go into this. Yeah. That should be better. Keep the current changes, yes, and back. Yeah, that is much better. Just want him there. Just to work. Okay. Okay,
Jason, can you destroy the other two?
the other two. Wait, what are we? Okay, so we took Atalanta. Oh. Yeah, I hope you actually like that. Tell me if it does actually lag for you. Also, what is the camera doing? Ooh, I think I know. Oh yeah. Oh, that was that power. Let me just. Oh, I have not loaded them up yet. Okay. Oh. There we go. And Achilles is already down. Amazing. Okay, there we go. That should be a god power. Why is... Oh, you... Oh, that is a lot of arrows in you. Oh, wow, he's still standing back up. Good job. And his head is gone. Well, what can you do?
Pleasant by the minute. These creatures grow here like fungus. Keep an eye out for more of them. Let's try to destroy them before they can hatch.
Oh, I keep my weapon drawn here automatically, which is probably wise, because like I said, Tartarus is actually not somewhere where mortals should be. It sounds like the game volume isn't captured. It's coming through the mic. Okay. Yeah, I actually did have that issue in the beginning, but then that got fixed. But yeah, you actually... You're actually right. That could be something that has happened before. I don't actually have it in here. Is it better? I can't actually get them to talk, unfortunately. They don't talk by themselves. Is that better? That would be sad. I know I had the beginning in the very beginning of capturing this. The audio was actually bugged, but that is something I actually didn't even know how to fix. I just restarted the game. So if I have to do that, then I can just restart it and hopefully have it working again. Like a Julian eye. Oh. Shiny Fox is Leo. Ah, the lion. Where did the lion come from? That is actually a good question. The lion. There was 2 instances of lions in Greek mythology. One were the 2 lions from Rhea that actually were Atalanta and her lover. The other lion is a tale from Dionysus, where where he actually got revenge for the sisters of his mother, convincing her to actually have Zeus reveal himself to her and thus killing her. And then the son of one of his sisters, he gave the sisters madness or insanity and bloodlust, and then got the son to spy on his mother, and his mother thinking he was a mountain lion. And what do at that moment? You actually run up to the mountain lion and rip his head off. That is another story, but maybe turn it up in OBS Streamlabs. Yeah, the Streamlabs one is actually fine. It actually does show me the mic volume being fine. The desktop audio is non-existent, so it really can't capture from there. Properties of that, the Yeti, yes. This one. Desktop audio. I mean, what happens when I go to the desktop audio and actually change it to the default? That is something I've not tried. But that should really not change anything for you. So let's just see if this actually makes a difference at all, because the default should actually still be the Yeti.
The source of the fumes. This place is cursed.
No, Tartarus is cursed. Who would have? Well, actually, if anyone does the cursing, it would probably be Tartarus itself. What is up here? Is this just an optional fight? Very, very good that we actually took Achilles and Atalanta with us. I put the donation button in just randomly, but like I said, I still have it down there as the... Oh god. Did we actually hammer the arrow in? Oh my god. That is I'm quite sorry, guy. Oh my god. We are actually much too strong with this, I feel like. That should not be how this works. Yeah, we're just... You can take your time until he bounces off. Give shady side eyes. Yeah, the donation button, I for a long time did not actually add that, but after I got affiliate, I felt like... by the way, guys, I have not told you the story. On Friday, I actually played the Eratos game. And that the guy that actually gave me the key for the game to test it out was from a marketing company that was actually hired by the people at the Unfrozen company that actually made Eratos. And he told me to ping him when I start, and so I did. I did send him a whisper on Twitch, and then he sent me back the link to my own page. Like he sent me back the Twitch link to my Ivory to Rear page, and then he asked after I had already started the stream and couldn't answer him. He asked, yeah, and about Twitter and such. And like about 2 minutes later, he actually wrote me more private messages, which I didn't see until after the stream. He wrote me, "Oh, yeah, I just saw your social links. Never mind." And I was very happy about that one. Like, yep, they are still the trollings, and it feels just as unprofessional as it always did in my stream. But yeah, the donation button I actually added after a while. And yesterday, Roman was actually the first one that donated to me. Was actually the first donation that I ever got, and he actually put in $50 right away. Fucking crazy. So I actually do know now that it works. That is a positive thing. But yeah, like I said, it is not in any way. Yeah, let the butt touches get around. Dexter, that is also something you might not have known. I actually have a bot command now. I love when I first came here and clicked the links, and it made me giggle. Yes, I love it so much when people actually know it, because apparently a lot of people don't click them, which is something I kind of banged on in the beginning. But it always makes me happy when people actually giggle about it, and I'm very happy that Schmendrick seems to have found sexual lobster from it, which is absolutely hilarious. So, oh yeah, this one we actually, I can't unfortunately use the spear throw for this one. It should be R, but it is not. Which, that is gonna come up, and it is gonna be important probably. We have a lot of ways to go here, and I'm gonna get lost. I can already tell that. Let me try. Oh. Well, maybe we don't have so many ways to go.
Get near the vent. The force is too great.
The force is too great. Let me just. Oh. that's perfect. It's very perfect. I actually could do this probably for the next 2 hours. Okay, great. Sorry, guys. This is our great hero journey. We just gotta power through, guys. It's gonna work. I like that the other two are completely unaffected by it. It is just me being, oh, yay. Guys, help. Can I please? I thought I could maybe block this and at least look cool, but nope. Oh, sorry, guys. This is actually cracking me up. And the other two are just looking at me like, oh, great leader, I guess. Yeah, I'm feeling so safe with him around in Tartarus. Well, at least we can't kill ourselves. Just one more time. Just one more time. Whee! Whoop. Okay. Let's follow another way then. Regale us with tales of the Nemean lion. Talking about Leo. The Nemean lion, yes, it was actually the first of the tasks of Heracles, where he got his very brutish looking lion hide from, that in a lot of depiction he has over his head and shoulders. Yeah, no wonder they. Yeah. No. The future leader of Rome would be Aeneas. And no song requests tonight. Nope. I actually do have to see if I. Oh yeah. Yep, that is actually working. Well, I'm gonna turn that off completely. Yeah, the Nemean line. And hey, Aya. The Nemean line was actually the first of his tasks, and there's not too much to tell about it really. The Nemean line, I don't know what made him. Might have been another one of the creations of Typhon and his wife. But the skin of the pelt of the lion was impenetrable to any outside forces, so Heracles actually just strangled the lion to death with his bare hands, and then flayed him. And when he actually came back to the king that was giving him the tasks, or that his 12 tasks had to be performed for, he actually had the lion hide over his head, and freaked out the king so much that he actually hid behind his throne, which was chop suey. Okay. Well, tonight is not a song request night, so but it should be registered in there, and for the next time I'm keeping the song requests. But I think Anima Empire would collapse. I'm stacking an empire on boxes that are very and I just made the connection. Don't worry, Dexter. Nobody on my stream gets anything out of money. Like, well, in some ways you probably can, because I do want to value it when people show support, but it is not that I'll ever split up my community in I like this person more than the other. That is not something that I handle with money. So that is something you don't have to worry about in my channel. I'm never gonna split up my community in any of those ways. I thought about some ways to actually value it, and with Roman, I yesterday gave Roman for the First Nation his own emote sound effect, or his own sound effect, but yeah, got me anywhere in the first place. Actually, exactly. Well, I mean, it is obviously appreciated. Like, I yesterday did very much appreciate Roman. Like, it actually did cheer me up quite a bit, I do have to say, which is the power of money, I guess. But other than that, yeah, there's nothing to be gained out of it. Turned out people like the person, which is strange. Yeah, very strange, right? Yeah, totally strange. That is not so strange as you think it is. Maybe a fear stacked one. No, I'm building up a kingdom stacked up on boxes, so it is gonna be the most stable one. As you can see with all my box stacking in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodline, it is the most stable one ever. But where was I? Oh yeah. If anything would be cursed, it would be from Tartarus. Because we are in the underworld, we are in Tartarus. Like I said, Tartarus is a special place even amongst the underworld, or, well, as I should probably call it more appropriately, Hades. Even though the Tartarus fell under the jurisdiction of Hades, as in terms of who guards the gates, who is actually allowed to the gates. You had to traverse Hades to actually get to Tartarus. But Tartarus itself is actually one of the primordial deities. In the beginning, from chaos, therefore there sprang forth what? That is the question. It is said that Gaia actually bore herself from the chaos. She was one that actually from all of her fertility sprang forth from her own and created herself. She actually then created also by virgin birth, basically. Created Uranus and the oceans, or the rivers, Pontus and Uranus. Uranus later becoming her lover, and creating the Titans and such. But primordial deities in Greek mythology were actually what came after chaos, and that is Gaia herself, and with Gaia and or after Gaia actually brought things into existence, there was Tartarus, Erebos, Nyx, in some depictions Eros, and actually Kronos. Not Kronos like the first or like the Titan that actually was the leader of the universe at some point before. And hey, Shelly, how's it going, dude? Be great, say hello. I unfortunately can't on T-Chat. I can't see the emote. I can only see the string for it, which is. But I know that's a great one. How are you doing, man? I'm just telling stories about Greek mythology, and I believe that you have not been around for my Rise of the Argonauts streams. But yeah, this there were 4, in some depictions 5 primordial deities. Eros is really interesting because Eros changed. There's 2 parts to it. There's one where Eros was actually one of the primordial deities. Then it was changed in some of the depictions that he might have been a first son of Gaia as well. And later on, they actually made Eros, like the tale of Eros and Psyche, which Eros is depicted as a son of Aphrodite. I don't think I'm gonna be very active today since I'm super sleepy right now. Not many of them now, I think. Work when you stream mostly. But I'm glad that you are here, and maybe I get to tell some things that about Greek mythology that you don't actually know yet. I don't know the right way. I hope this will not lock me out of going the other way. Huh. Oh. Cutscene. No.
As if someone was in terrible pain.
I hear nothing. Don't let this place spook you,
Hmm.
Atlanta.
I know where. There.
I think we all heard it that time. Let's find where it's coming from.
The audio is actually bugged. It should actually play double from one from the desktop and one into the mic. But apparently it just plays from the desktop. So what I will actually do is quit this. No, let's save. Let's see if this actually does something. Tartarus and a new save. Accept, yes. Quit this. And I'm gonna go back into the game, see if this actually does something, because like I said, the audio, I don't actually have any options here for that, and within the Streamlabs it doesn't actually do anything. So I don't know why it would do that. Mixer öffnen, Aufnahmegerät Sounds. Streamlabs OBS, yes, it is actually in there. Okay, interesting. Sorry guys, I'm just baffled as to why that problem would be back, because this is the problem. This is basically the first problem I had right after the Nightbot one. It should actually, like I'm not hearing it on the desktop anymore. So now you should be awake, because that was hella loud in my ears. Right? It should be better. It should actually, okay. Yeah, then I can go back to 50 here. That is good. Loud is good. Loud is always good, I'm sorry. Okay, so what are you seeing now? You are actually seeing the picture. Nice. Good, good. That should be it. I'm just gonna wait for something, because I've never actually realized this. If you actually, it tells you press start, and well, it doesn't tell you which button start is, but actually when you let it sit like this, it does tell you, hey, press a button for this. Basically, and that is what I always did, and then we start. But if you actually just let it sit around, then there's a cutscene for this. Well, an intro scene, I guess. Oh, nice. So, just a restart one. Oh, spoilers. That was Prometheus. I never saw this cutscene before. I just, like today, I saw it during the first time. Because I always press the button after talking press start. My god, those leg muscles. The game is way louder than you, sweetie. Okay, so I can readjust this. Options, please. Audio. And background changes, yes. Okay, so it should actually work correctly now. I hope. I think so. Maybe. Okay, we actually changed our weapon again, but it saved before the last cutscene. Okay. And I do think, at least the sound's fixed, so yay. Yeah, it should be much better now. I don't know. I was hearing it on my end.
As if someone was in terrible pain.
Oh right, yeah.
I hear nothing. Don't let this place spook you, Atalanta.
I know what I heard. There.
I think we all heard it that time. Let's find where it's coming from.
Yeah, good thing that I took those two. I actually wanted Pawn and Heracles, but okay. Oh god. I actually do think
The smoke is all around us now. Bright eyes, light feet.
Be ready.
Okay. I don't even want to deal with you. That is so crazy. So we have that upgraded 2 times already from the Ares upgrades that we made after or before we got to the underworld, because we don't have shrines anymore in this part. Obviously, like I said, Tartarus is one of the primordial deities, so there is no shrines for any gods. And okay, yeah, no, yes, no, wait, maybe. Yep, that is good job. We are gonna be such a great leader. And some kills with that, just because we can.
They keep coming from the sludge! How do we kill them?
Try to kill them outside the muck!
You can see why I actually did like the okay. So I can actually use the spear throw. But I did actually like the sword quite a bit in my first playthrough, and now we use the mace. It's actually quite fun with the mace, I do have to say, but the sword is just so OP. It is just so quick. By the way, we actually, where did we come from? I already lost the way. I'm already lost. Great. As any soul should wonder about. Oh, there we are. Who are you? Oh, is that the one that we actually slew in the arena of Mycenae? That might be something.
Reborn, as Hecate promised.
Yes, it is Dokkan.
Dokkan, you are the ones who sent me to this paradise. But why are you here? No matter. Now you will witness the power of the true gods. Behold the terrible might of Hecate!
Okay, there's probably something to talk about. In this game, like I said, they are establishing their own thing, like for their own narrative. It makes sense. But actually, when we go with the myths, Tartarus was after the Titans, after the Titanomachy, the war with the Titans, the 10-year war, and after Zeus won with the Olympians, they banished the Titans into Tartarus. Okay, that is good so far. It was guarded. The Tartarus gates were guarded by the Linnaean Hydra and some other beasts that I can't remember. That for some reason the Titans couldn't get past. Don't ask why. But Hecate was actually not ever sent to Tartarus, just like any of the Titanesses, which is the female Titans. None of them were ever actually part of the war. The only ones that actually waged war were the men, the Titans. Kronos, which actually with the adamantian blade just cut off the manlyhood of Uranus. And Uranus, this guy that was at that point held by his four brothers, or by the four brothers of Kronos. And then some of the... there were not too many Titans, by the way. Like, the Titans were only about, like, 20 or so. Well, it might have been more. There might have been some lesser Titans to an extent. But mostly they were a really small group. And only the men got sent to Tartarus. All of the women, actually, or all of the Titanesses, never were part of the war. That was just something that, as a beginning myth, was not even considered by the people, because obviously, going by Greek standards, they would not have women in the fights. It was just not a thing, and it was like the gods, the Titans as well, were a reflection of society at that point. And this was just the past societies, which we could actually then give would judge to be then the parts of the Titans. And then when the newer societies evolved, when the Greek people thought, yeah, we definitely evolved from a race that came beforehand. Like, we definitely evolved out of Phoenicia or Egypt. Those were the old ones. We are now the new ones. We need new gods. We need Zeus and whatever we can come up with. But yeah, the Titanesses were never a part of the Titanomachy. That was only the men, and it was actually progressive in, like, there was a progression in society in that case. that it actually reflected in the Titans, not just or in the Titans being lower than the gods, because the gods actually did allow for women to actually be fighters, which came to a later point as well. But like in the beginning, it was also only the gods that really were involved in fighting the other Titans. Although there was, of course, already Hera, and there was Hestia, and which were actually swallowed by Kronos and freed by Zeus. They obviously fought as well, but the ones that actually got weapons forged for them were by the giants were Zeus with the lightning bolt, Poseidon which got the trident. There was Hephaestus, which then made weapons for the Olympians, but the only one that ever was actually ever giving out weapons to other goddesses was Zeus. That from Zeus, Athena sprang forth from his head in full body armor and with her spear in hand, and he gave Artemis her bow to be the hunting goddess. Or he actually gifted her the bow, and then she vowed upon the bow to actually be a hunting goddess. But that is literally about it for women fighting the wars. Okay. I was just looking if my chat disconnected. Guys, be more active. I am actually thinking he might be deluded. Well, or blind. Nah, he's probably deluded.
Call the lowest pit in the underworld a paradise? Can't you see? Even the Titans bow their heads to the yoke of Tartarus. Down this very path, Prometheus himself, he who created man, lies bound in servitude to the Black Tongues. We grow strong, feasting on his blood, biding our time until we are called back to the world above to seize it.
Biting off more than you could chew is what got you here, Dokkan. Can't imagine where you'll go if you do it again.
I have found my perfect form. After you fall beneath my spear, I will set you next to Prometheus so the birds can feast on you as well.
Stand aside, Dokkan.
Now, you are in my arena, and you will see who is champion here!
Oh god, please, no. Jelly, don't worry about it, I'm just... Oh yeah, who is champion here? I'm really wondering if you can... Did I already kill him? No, he actually does stand up again, okay. Oh, but boy, you are gonna have a very difficult time with this. Yep, he actually got stunned from this as well. Oh my. Boy, you might have taken on more than you can chew. And I love it so much that we can throw them around like that. Anti-prevents full of laundry and cooking. Yeah, don't worry. I mean, I'm probably gonna go for a little bit tonight, since there are stories to tell, and I don't know how much of the game is actually left. I have played this before. I know this is the last area of the game, and then we go back to Yolkos, but... Oh my god. Yeah, Jesus Christ, this is brutal. Oh my. Yeah, the more we attack, the more attack power we actually gain. Eradicated Dokkan and Tartarus. So that is what this weapon is actually glowing for. I can't up the camera again. But yeah, we are... we are actually going through this quite without problems. Unfortunately, I can't look at my armor because I'm pretty sure game music is slightly loud compared to your voice. Okay. Interesting. I even set it down again. Music volume. Sound effects. Yeah, in this, I guess in this region or in this part of the game, it is actually louder than it would normally be. But the voices I wanna keep at that volume. And see who is coming up here. What did I say about spoilers, guys? What we actually just saw in the intro. This is apparently one of the Titans. You know what we you know what we are gonna do? That is something I don't even want to go in yet. Let's just see what the other way, if I can actually go the other way beforehand and clear out the other part of it. I actually do wonder about that. It does seem like I can. Okay, what I wanted to go with was actually telling about the underworld itself, which, like I said, should maybe not even be called the underworld. In Hesiod actually described it as Zeus telling that the underworld is as far down compared to the world as Mount Olympus is actually up from the world. So we can actually say, yes, underworld. But the underworld itself was actually not under the earth, but to the side. As said, primordial deities, there was Tartarus, there was Erebus, and Oceanus, which was Oceanus for some reason was the most powerful Titan, which is interesting because Oceanus was actually the one Titan that did not actually fight in the Titanomachy, that was just letting it play out and giving basically his silent acceptance to the gods wanting to rule. So he didn't help his brothers, basically. Oceanus was then, of course, the Titan of came from Pontus, and ruled basically over all of what later on Poseidon would rule over. But then was conveniently pushed to the side after Poseidon took a reign over the oceans and the rivers. Well, not so much the rivers, but the body of water on Earth. And Oceanus was actually what was one of the boundaries of the underworld. Erebus and Oceanus were what actually encapsulated around or encapsulated in them and surrounded the underworld. That was actually basically to the side of the real world, or underworld, and then shifted around. But if you wanted to go to the underworld, you actually took passages to the underworld that went down, but in there you were actually fared over the rivers, over Archeron and such, and those actually were all part of Oceanus, and Oceanus came then back to be the boundary from the real mortal world to the underworld. But when we are at the rivers already, that is something we don't even see here. Like since we are in Tartarus, we don't even see we don't even see any of the rivers, which is a tale that I actually
Can't get near the vent. The force is too great.
want to get into. I want to get in there. Yeah, oof. Oh, okay. the underworld rivers, which were Styx, for one, as the biggest one, or the most known one. Styx, by the way, is one of the Titanesses. Styx actually is a female Titan, which is one of the first ones that they didn't fight with the other Titans, but Styx actually was the first one to actually side with the gods against her own kin. Not as in a fighter, which is kind of weird, because Styx actually... Why would you put in song requests? Styx actually was a very, very powerful deity. If gods actually ever made vows or promises, they would that they wanted to make binding, then they actually would swear upon the river Styx, which actually would bind them to hold their promises, bind them to it. And if you actually were to not fulfill your promise, then you would actually as a god even be punished by first getting muted, like they would literally lose their voice in Pantheon, and then at some point later on they would actually be banished from it. They would actually be banished from the Pantheon, which only ever happened once, and that was self-banishment. Well, twice if you count in that that Apollo was actually for some time in Tartarus before Zeus actually brought him back. But what I'm on about is that the only one that ever actually was the only position that ever was shifted in the Pantheon was Hestia, the house goddess, and the goddess of ritual fires, which stepped down to give her position to Dionysus later on. But that was literally the only change in Pantheon ever. So it never happened that any of the gods would have broken their vows that they have given when they swore an oath on the river Styx. So that is actually a power that not many would actually allocate to one of the Titans. Zeus was actually afraid of some of the Titans and some of the primordial deities. For example, there's a whole story about Nyx, the primordial deity of the night, which where am I going even? Hestia was the goddess of architecture. That is something I can't say I have ever seen. I mean, there can be. Oh, hey, look who it is! It is Phaedron. Can't wait to get your second beating. So we have to kill all of the undead champions again that we have already fought. Very nice, very nice. I can't say. She was actually the house goddess, which, because Hestia didn't even have any ritual sites really of her own, because she was actually, that was not necessary, because in every house the oven fire, for example, was allocated to Hestia, making the food be good. All the children growing up in a home, that was actually under Hestia's protection, that they would actually grow up to be healthy. And like I said, ritual fires, which might have been at some temples, but not any temples themselves that were actually given to Hestia. So it is kind of already pretty amazing that we have so much about Hestia. I can't say about architecture itself. I wouldn't even know that anyone was specifically bound to architecture which I would have then probably allocated it to Hephaestus, if anyone. But like I said, I don't know that. But there might be different interpretations to it, and it might just be something that I have not heard yet. But what I wanted to say was primordial goddesses, like for example Nyx, which was the primordial goddess of the night, which was the personification of night and darkness. Well, of night there might be some other ones as well, but she was definitely the personification of darkness itself. And even Zeus, the almighty Zeus, which had the power to create life even, was afraid of Nyx. And Nyx was actually one that was coming from Tartarus as one of the other primordial deities. Together with Erebus, she had Erebus and Nyx actually were parenting, were the parents of, which is kind of like a Erebus as the night, and as something that was usually allocated to be a part of chaos, and Nyx of darkness. They actually were the parents of Henema and Ether. So the upper Ether was the upper heaven, which even above the gods. He was of the god of or the titan of heavenly light or heavenly radiance, and Henema, which was the daylight, and then they actually had Hyperion and I don't know the name of the other one, which he took as his wife. Actually bore other parts of it, of the day and night circle. Eos, for example, the goddess of dawn, which was said to be the most beautiful woman possible, like just by appearance. Eos, which was the goddess of dawn, was actually said to be the most beautiful woman possible by appearance, which even was not bound by Aphrodite, which was of course a goddess of fertility and such a. But Aphrodite was actually not the most beautiful one in the universe. Also, yes, the most beautiful. No, Eos. But yeah, Eos is a very pretty motherfucker as well. No. Eos was actually the one. And where am I going with this? From Tartarus was actually born the day and night cycle. So when Nyx was actually out in the world bringing the darkness of the night to the world, Henema and Eos and all of the ones that would actually bring the light were in Tartarus. Even though they were not bound to it, they were actually said to be in Tartarus at that time. And then when Nyx came back, they would greet them on the traverse, and she would greet her daughter Henema to bring the light upon the world, the light of the day. And that is how actually they explained the day and night cycle, which later on was then actually evolving into Apollo, obviously dragging the sun across the firmament with his golden chariot, which it is very unclear as to what it actually what the sun actually was and how the sun was actually allocated to the light, because the Greeks actually did not at some point allocate the sun as the thing that gave light. The sun was actually this shining bright star that was actually Helios and Hyperion at some point, and then later on Apollo would actually drag around the sun across the firmament, which might have been even worse depiction if you actually go with and just like said, there was to every of the Titans, they had one aspect, like a one figurative being to them, or one figurative form to them, and one person form. And like with Styx was obviously a woman, a Titaness, that could take on the form of a Titan, but she was also the river Styx. And in the same way, Hyperion, which was one of the brothers of Kronos, was the sun itself. Which then, in the depiction, like Hyperion was actually banished into Tartarus for going against the gods. That was his punishment, along with the other ones. But if you then actually take, but Hyperion was also the sun, and the sun was actually dragged around by Apollo as the god of radiance. And there's a barrel on the chat. Hey Argeo, how are you doing tonight? We are just already so deep into speculations about this point, but it might have actually been a depiction of the defeat of the Titans and the win of the gods, that Apollo was actually, as one of the members of the Pantheon, was actually dragging around behind his chariot the defeated Hyperion, the defeated Helios Hyperion, which it's kind of macabre, and it like I said, that is a connection that I wouldn't make, because obviously Hyperion, as said, was actually in Tartarus, bound with the other ones, that fought actively against the gods. But it is kind of interesting to think about it, just as it is interesting to think about, can I even call it underworld? It was in, like, we actually do think of it as underworld, and it was actually said that it was under the earth, but it was specifically called Hades for the reason that it was actually not directly under the world, but completely traversed into a whole other dimension that you had to go to. So it was not just that you dug down into the underworld, but it was a completely different dimension from the actual mortal realm. So that is actually something interesting to think about, how the depictions of the gods actually changed, and that there are some steps that would have to be taken to actually bring them together, rather than it was just like, oh yeah, this is now the hot new shit in telling the stories, and those are now our gods that we want to be talking about. So we completely disregard what happened before. We don't even describe what happened to Hyperion as the sun itself. So it actually got dismantled into different parts. Hyperion, as the Titan itself, was in Tartarus, but the sun was still in the sky, still rising and shining. And just like that, also the day cycle changed, like with Ether and Henema and Eos and such. They were the first explanations when like how the old people would actually describe that the day cycle came upon the earth. But then later on, with the introduction of the pantheon and the mythology changing, evolving, it actually changed to, okay, yes, Apollo brings the sun with his golden chariot each day, each morning, and then we go into the mortals actually messing with it, and like Phaeton, which I have a clip from. Not Phaedron. This is Phaedron. I'm talking about Phaeton, the son of Apollo. The gods actually messing in the mortals in the mortals' life or lives. God gave me a little. Yeah, that's basically what I did as well, Argeo. My mother called me after like 3.5 hours of sleep, and then I was up till midday, and then I just slept for so long that I actually had to start late. I would have usually started sooner, but yeah. But yeah, it is interesting that it actually changes. Also, why do we have so little about the Titans? Because the Titans actually never. There was already mortals in when the Titans were actually ruling the universe. There was actually already some pre-form of mortals as we know them to be humans. That was actually already under the rule of the Titans. But the Titans actually never messed in any of that. That was literally just the evolving mythology that the gods would actually mess in the mortals' lives, and in return, the mortals would actually then, those great mortals, would then actually also mess with the gods themselves. And that is why we have all those stories about it. With the Titans, we have much less stories, not just to the age of it, but also because they never messed in any of it, or we don't. It is not delivered that they actually ever messed with any of the humans, other than, of course, Prometheus, which is the most prominent Titan, which we actually saw already, and I'm gonna go back to him. Don't worry, we'll talk about him. But yeah, that is actually really interesting that the Titans were not the ones. And life is messed up by gods as well. Oh, was it? Hello, Ted. How's it going, dude? Yeah, good evening. Well, evening. It's actually midnight for me. But yeah, that is actually really interesting to think about. That the gods actually brought so much hardship upon the mortals, and the mortals actually interacting with the others. Favorite Titan is also Prometheus. We will still meet him, Ted. We will actually still meet him. But first, let me go into a boss fight here.
Phaedon, of course I'd
Phaedon.
find you here.
My fellow philosopher! We meet again. And yet you still bear the imperfections of life.
Hi.
But why would you be here? Unless you too have embraced our truth.
Yes, I actually did greet you, but hey, Terea. No, hey, Argeo. I do have. Like I said, if you actually.
Narrator off! You can silence me, but you can't silence the truth!
If you actually want to. Give me a little bop on the head for it. We actually do have that. I'm very happy that it seems to be running smoothly, because this game ran like total ass beforehand, and now that I changed the settings, yes, which there's nothing wrong with that. Unless you too have embraced our truth. Wrong again, and never. Long time no read. I'm actually very happy that the game is running smoothly. And by the way, since it is midnight, I do feel that it is the perfect time for me to actually get something to drink. And actually, there it is. There we go. Frankenwein. This is actually. Can you camera? Are you not gonna? There it is. Frankengold. 2013. I actually never opened this one beforehand, and this is actually for white wine much too long that I actually had this one kept. Because normally you wouldn't keep white wine around for that long. Riesling, sure, it's good. I'm never fond of German wines. Really? German white wines are actually amongst the best that you can find. I do find, but maybe I'm biased. Also, it does look like piss. That is actually pretty good. I'm happy with that one. That is actually really good. I do have to say. This is Riesling Auslese. So it is actually, it has much higher sugar than it would normally have for Riesling. Riesling. Which I actually very much enjoy, because since it has such high sugar, if you have ever tasted ice wine like this in German, which would translate to ice wine basically, if you have ever tasted that, it is basically for desserts and very sweet stuff. And probably even sweeter than what you find in the dessert itself. But that is actually pretty good. It is one of my Spätlese. Spätlese is also something that you can go with. Yes, it also has higher rest sugar. You're having a good day today. First sure it was delicacy, and then it looks like piss. Well, it does look like piss, but that is what ice wine would look as well. Since there is so much high rest sugar in it, it actually takes this color, and the longer you actually, like I said, I had this white wine around for over 2 years or so, which is longer than you, like normally if you keep a white wine, don't keep it for longer than 1 year, basically. But if you have it around for so long, and since this is actually a really good one, I kept it for special occasions. So today is a special occasion. It actually got what happens with white wine if you keep it for too long. It actually takes this color, this more copper color, I would say. Storing white wine for that long? I mean, red wine you can. Red wine you can absolutely have for 3-4 years, whatever, before you actually need to do anything. Like, yes, sure, change the position of the bottle and something like that, but... Oh yeah, Lucas. And yes, ice wine is my favorite. Oh god, it is so good. Napa Ivory has a different style of glass for every... Yeah, well... or maybe I just don't have anything else left. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately you can't see there. Yeah, please capture again. Yes, we actually go there. Okay. But yes, ice wine. Ice wine is fucking expensive. So if you want to buy ice wine, here you would take a glass of 0.375 for like $20, which is just ridiculous. But then again, you can't drink too much of it because it is absolutely fucking sweet. That is something you don't just drink. Like, you need a special occasion for it. You need a fruity dessert or something with it. And so this one is actually the Auslese. Is actually one that I would actually say, if you want a really, really sweet one, it still is sour to a big part, which is all German wines, but it is actually really, really sweet. So Spätlese or Auslese, you want to take for straight up honey. Yeah, that is basically what ice wine is. Mm-hmm. Oh, Ted. Started, well, 7 years is now. Yeah, I mean, obviously, my facts only go to as much as I know about it. If I talk about red wine stored for 7 years, at that point I would have been 19. So that is something I can't tell too much about. By my own experiences, I'm just going by with what I've learned from others. So might be different. Might also be with at least what wine you actually go with, from what region, and how you actually store it. It is the absolute most important, that you don't store it in sunlight or something like that, that it actually loses its color. Should just IRL stream and talk about wine all night. Yeah, you would actually enjoy it, but it is probably too expensive for. Also, meat, yes. Like I said, I had friends that actually made their own meat, honey meat, and with banana and actually strawberry as well. And I don't know what other. There are two other ones. Pumpkin, I think, was another one. You could go with honey meat. But yes, we actually want to go, not talk about wine all day. We actually want to talk about Greek mythology.
Wrong again, Phaeton. The only truth here is your damnation.
Damnation? Do you not see the glory of this place? Here we are reborn in our most perfect forms.
It is the same, yes.
Here, the very titans who once ruled the earth now labor under our command.
No.
Here? In this grand kingdom of filth and stench?
You fail to recognize the genius of our empire. Would it amaze you that Epimetheus, the very titan who made the fleece, lies just ahead, bound in servitude? Coupled with the golden fleece that I myself procured, the Black Tongues have eternal life!
And apparently eternal crashes. Yep, there we go. Okay. Well then. Wait, I can't even. Okay. Well, maybe we have to go with an IRL stream after all. Okay. Let me just. Oh boy. I need to open up a window anyways, because it is much too hot in here, since I have this running. One moment. What are you on about? Da, da, da. Oh, you did. You did. Definitely offended. Definitely so offended. Okay, let me start the game again. Let's see where we actually get dropped in. I think we auto-saved before feed run, so we shouldn't actually miss anything. Or have anything that that we have to backtrack. Yeah, the introduction apparently I can't skip, so deal with that. Like I said, the game is optimized for a very old area, for a very old. Where do we have that? This one. Turn it on and there we go. Crossroads, yes. Okay, so we don't have to backtrack much. Showing a bit of just there I was trying to use fan service. Yeah. Wait, what do you mean? What happens if I get what I want? Okay. Oh, by the way, what we have not shown yet, or tonight, is the actual aspect system, not just for me. Only for money. No, I'm actually not gonna do that tonight. I literally wore this. Talks about the hungry girls and. Oh, oh, okay. What we didn't show tonight is what I actually have here. Regains a large amount of health. Oh yeah, that is why we actually are so fresh after it. And the improved prey of Ares, that is why the enemies are flying around when I do that ground pound move. Now has a larger blast with even more power. Would we actually need anything from that? I said the Petrify 2 would be kind of nice, but I don't even know if I use that. And Spear special move, Sweeping Strikes deals more damage to enemies and their shields, blah blah blah. Storm Spear, Jason can hurl lightning spears at a fast rate. That would be something I would be interested in, because I know what will come. Oh, what do I see here? Wielded Zephyrus. Acquired Zephyrus, the Wind Sphere. Okay. And oh yeah, we have this one. Slowly regenerates health in combat. We would need 4 more aspects for this. That would be something I'm interested in. All enemies are stunned for a short time, stunned, and take some damage, and the golden armor. That is a active ability, unfortunately, so I'm not gonna activate this. I don't regenerate god power that quickly. And for the health regeneration, which would be really nice, but I need 4 more aspects for this, so I'm not sure if I should actually go for it. But yeah, that is the aspect system in the game that I could go for. Also, attacks plus air, the power. Sword attacks that come from dodges deal more. Gain bonus, power charge when he hits an enemy in the back. That is something we wanted. And I would equally need 4 more aspects with Hermes to actually get to the next one here. When Jason uses a prone attack to kill an enemy, he receives a larger god power recharge bonus. That would be very nice. Improved dash attack, as with the shield, with the sword, which we don't need. The cost of all god powers is greatly reduced. That is something I could very much need. Also, sword attack and receives a bonus to power god jaws. I mean, that would be really good if I was actually making use of it. But yeah, I'm not really needing any of that right now. Like you saw, I did not have any problems with Dokkan. So let's change this and let's go into this again, and hopefully it won't crash this time.
Phaedon, of course I'd find you here. My fellow philosopher! We meet again. And yet you still bear the imperfections of life. But why would you be here? Unless you too have embraced our truth.
Wrong again, Phaedon. The only truth here is your damnation.
You just have to open your eyes and see it.
Do you not see the glory of this place?
No.
Here we are reborn in our most perfect forms.
He looks the
Here,
same as
the
before.
very titans who once ruled the earth now labor under our command.
They once ruled just as you once lived.
You failed to recognize the genius of our empire. Would it amaze
And Achilles
you
with the
that
says.
Epimetheus, the very titan who made the fleece, lies just ahead, bound in servitude? Coupled with the golden fleece that I myself procured, the Black Tongues have eternal life! Soon, our comrades will call us to return, and the Black Tongues will rule both this world and the one above!
Epimetheus and Prometheus we should probably talk about. Prometheus, the forethought, and Epimetheus, the afterthought. Or, actually, I think Hesiod in the Theogony, in his Theogony, was actually describing Epimetheus as the one who made wise by his mistakes. So after he made mistakes, he actually got wiser. But it is interpreted as Prometheus as the forethought, pro, and Epimetheus, epi, as the afterthought. Exactly, married to Pandora, which is the only story of boxes we have tonight. Unfortunately, I can't give you more stories about boxes, but there's a severe lack of boxes in Greek mythology, I have to say. And even Pandora's box was actually more of an urn or some other, like a kelch, not, it was actually basically misinterpreted or mistranslated later on in the 16th century. That the one that actually translated the myth would actually describe it as a box rather than, like I said, an urn or something, or where the old Greeks would actually store wine and such in, which was actually what was given in the original depiction to Pandora. Yeah, something like a vase, basically. It is the only box story, I know, guys, I know. But Ted is actually very right. That is a story I can tell. Well, I actually told this story in the last Rise of the Argonauts stream. The story of Pandora's box, which was actually, like I said, Eos was the most beautiful, the most perfect form of a woman possible, and then Aphrodite, which was actually the most, probably the goddess that had the most lust, or that would actually give the most lusty thought to anyone seeing her. But for the punishment of Epimetheus and Prometheus, Well, Prometheus was bound to a rock and had the eagle that would swoop down each day and eat his liver, and then it would painfully regrow, and the next day the same, until Heracles at some point came along and freed Prometheus. Prometheus, the friend of humanity. But yeah, keep it to yourself, Lucas. But Epimetheus was actually punished by the gods in another way. Epimetheus, the one that actually made the beasts that roamed the earth. Epimetheus was punished by the gods, having the Pandora made by Hephaestus as the most perfect woman ever. Like, not man nor god could actually resist the Pandora, could resist how great she actually was. And in that, Pandora was actually given on top of, like, Pandora was made by Hephaestus. She was actually one of the automatas that Hephaestus made in the heavens, but Zeus gave this creation life. Zeus had that power to give life to things. Actually, some other gods might have had the same as well. But Pandora got gifts from everyone in the pantheon. Every one of the gods in the pantheon gave Pandora gifts, like from Aphrodite. She got that she would be lusted for by everyone, even the other gods. She got intelligence and sharp thinking from Athena. She got courage from Ares. Things like that. Only, and I don't know why that is. I don't know why. Hera gave her the gift of curiosity, and so when Zeus actually gave her or had Hephaestus forge her a golden key, which was part of the later depiction then, because it was a box with a keyhole and a key fitting into it, that only she could open the box. But yeah, he had a golden key made for her, gave it to her, and he gave her the Pandora's box, which was said to her that she should never open it. But as said, she got the gift of curiosity from Hera, and at some point after sitting around for years and years, and Epimetheus having to do his own thing, she actually was curious what is in the box, and each day that curiosity grew and grew and grew until she actually gave into it, despite knowing that bad things would come from it. She opened the box of Pandora, and from there sprung all the bad things that would plague humanity for the rest of their days. And she closed it. She closed it as soon as she realized what actually just happened, and she felt the dread upon her that she was actually the one that gave all those bad things to humanity, all those famine and jealousy and such, that all came from the box. And then she actually did the only thing she could to try to help humanity. The bad things were already out of the box, but the one thing she actually trapped when closing it so quickly was hope, which upon trying to help humanity, she was also given kindness by Demeter. She actually wanted to help humanity for the bad things she just unleashed upon them, and she opened the box again and unleashed hope upon humanity. Hope to actually give them courage and the strength to face all of those hardships that were given to her, or that were given from her, or from the box, from Zeus, to punish the creation of Prometheus, they could face them now. They actually could, with the power of hope, overcome those bad things and would strive. And for some reason, Zeus was actually kind of okay with that. Zeus, by the way, there's also a deluge, which was at some point brought down by there was actually a whole saga about how Deucalion and Antigone or Antigone were actually the first humans after Zeus sent basically something like we know from the Bible, a great flood, and they were the only two that survived, and from their seed or from their line sprang all the all the rest of humanity came from them, because Prometheus actually warned them about what Zeus planned to unleash, and so Deucalion actually made an ark for all of the beasts of Epimetheus and his wife, and they were then in the ark actually after the flood. They landed at Mount Parnassus, which was then after that said to be the Earth's point of where human life sprang from. After that, like that is the starting point of all the humans that are now existing, basically. Which I do find interesting. Like there's obviously, it is a religion like every other. Even though it is about different gods, it is a monothesis, or not a monothesis, but it still has those same stories being told, like in every one of the bigger Western or Eastern mythologies. There was actually a big flood that would wash away the sins of humanity, and then from there on humanity would start back out. And so Greek mythology had its own creation myth for that. But yeah, that is basically the only box story that I have to tell, unfortunately. Prejudice.
Do not speak of the world above. You will never see it again. Your deeds have been weighed, and you have earned your fate.
Such ignorance. I can only offer you the truth. But then again, the truth always did seem beyond your grasp. Now I see why you are here. You are another piece of my paradise. A chance to avenge my own death. So kind of Hecate.
That is some delusion. But yeah, that is actually... how would I actually think about... Holy moly, you are... Actually... Jeez, he is not giving me any time to breathe here. So let me just hopefully get this. What did I say? I want this move. Okay. My god, he is actually kicking my butt now. I think I did actually die once, so... Okay, killed 30 targets. That is good enough. Okay, we regained enough health from this, I think. How do I think this actually correlates with the Eve myth? Probably a good connection to make. I can't say that it it actually was the... My god, this is actually obnoxious. Okay, let me just... Oh.
I believe in you, Jason.
Well, that was the wrong one. That was not the one I want. We actually have a Apollo power that I thought was on 4, but... Like I said, I can't actually look at where I put the active abilities, which I never want to use anyways. Good thing that he is actually as much of a challenge as before. Also, I have no idea what I need to do against him, because his attack patterns don't really give an opportunity for
But why would you be here?
really outplaying him. I can't block him.
Soon, our comrades will call us.
Do not. You're.
Such.
Okay, but yes, I would actually say that is also another good parallel that I would probably put there. Pandora being the eve of this. Of course, she is not the one that all the creation was made from. Pandora was actually
A chance to avenge my own death. So kind of Hecate.
Pandora was... Oh, yeah, I can't even... Go into this. Damn it. Why do you have to start from here? I thought I actually had time after the conversation, but no. Also, I did actually think I would gain much more health out of slaying them. But apparently not. Okay. Well, you know what I probably did wrong? I probably just didn't attack enough. I just have to go and be even more aggressive with this. Also, I do have to say, Achilles is not actually doing much. Unfortunately, he was a much harder fight when we actually fought him than he is fighting against them. Which is kind of sad. But let me test out one of the god abilities. Yes, 3 is what I wanted. So now we are fighting under the protection of Apollo and actually regaining health quite quickly. We also don't see anything, unfortunately. But yeah, let me go back into my healing. That should actually be good. There it is. Yeah, we should actually be fine now. Even if he is in... Oh, he actually locked onto another one as well. Yeah, let's kill him. My god, he actually still, even with the upped resistances, so that we can't actually brought to our knees quite as quickly. He still gets us. So he is actually stronger. But I should actually have this right, please. My god, that is a... What? What? Also, what I completely... Can I please block this? Yeah, now we go. Good. He has so much resistance with the golden armor. I don't know why he would actually get a golden armor upgrade when he is actually not having anything to do with Apollo. At least those are still working. The executioner moves are actually still working.
Now we know where the Black Tongues get their fiends. They summon them from here.
How? How can they do that?
Only with Hecate's blessing. Now we know what to expect.
Okay.
Remember where we are.
hold there.
Anything that moves.
Into a blanket burrito. What I actually did not get to talk about. And there's the other Titan. So which one should we speak with first? I have Epimetheus here, or Prometheus back where we slew Dokon. Which one should I speak first to? Because we will speak with both of them. In the meanwhile, I can actually talk about of some of the underworld with the rivers, which I didn't get to before. Styx, which was the Titan goddess, and that the gods can make a poll. I would think that that with this few people in chat, I don't actually have to make a poll. So you can just which one you want first. We will speak with both of those, but just which one is more interesting for you. Then I'll also talk more about it. Ours. Whoa. Yeah, Shiny is actually outnumbering you here. But yeah, what I didn't get to talk about before was the different rivers of the underworld of Hades. Styx was actually the biggest one, was spanning around the underworld 7 times. But the river that you would land on when you go to the underworld, and the reason why people actually had to be, like why it had to be or why the dead ones had to be given a burial, and why they did have to get the gold coin. Like in the movie Troy, for example, they give 2 gold coins on the eyes. They would actually, in other depictions that I would trust more, put 1 gold coin under the tongue, like with a silver tongue. I think I have a problem. Yeah, maybe. Maybe you have. But they would give a gold coin under the tongue for the ferryman, for Charon, which would actually ferry you not across Styx, but across the river Acheron, the river of pain, which, if you did not give a proper burial and did not give a gold coin or a gold brooch to the deceased ones, they would actually be stuck at the bank of the river of Acheron, and to cross it they would have to swim through it, and it is, like I said, the river of pain. So yeah, pure condensed pain that they would have to swim through, which they would then probably sink into and be stuck in that pain forever. So that is why burials were so important. If you hated someone, you would actually, the worst thing you could actually do to someone in Greek mythology is not giving them or denying them a proper burial. That is also okay. Let me just, we are going off point here, but let me just tell a story. In Greek mythology, what is the most that we know of is, of course, the Iliad from Homer, which we actually know a lot of the depiction of gods and men and how the interaction goes. That was coming from that, but the Iliad and the travels of Ulysses or Odysseus in the Odyssey, and even to a certain extent maybe the Aeneid, which was about Aeneas and the founding of Rome, how it actually evolved into the Roman Empire after that. but that came to a later point, like it was 1,000 years, like something like that after. So, but all of that is part of a bigger cycle, the epic cycle of Greek mythology, and in the Iliad, what is the Iliad as a part of this greater epic cycle about? That is a question that I recently saw in a video being asked, that I really liked, and that I will probably link in my Discord as well, because that is actually a really good point to make. That was one thing. What was the Iliad really about? Because it was not about the whole story of Achilles, for example. Yeah, don't worry, Akio. I just started too late today. Fuck yeah. So don't worry about it now. But yeah, what was this the Iliad itself about? It was actually about not Achilles himself, not the life of Achilles, because he actually died at a later point, and then after that there was still his armor and his weapon that played a role afterwards. But it was about Achilles' rage. Achilles was a man that was completely devoured by rage. Everything that he did out of rage. And that was actually the first point. Yeah, that is a good point. Why was it in why was it written in a certain way? I actually don't have the answer for it, but there is probably one to be found here. I can't tell you right now, but I know it was actually a writing style that Homer. Yeah, it was actually a writing style that Homer actually gave specifically for a reason. So. I wouldn't know that, Xavier. I don't know. But there is actually a point to the writing style as well. So that is actually a good point. So look it up. But yeah, about Achilles' rage, we do actually have the great Achilles with us. He did everything for when Briseis was actually taken away by Agamemnon. He raged against the rule of Agamemnon and did not want to fight under him, and actually let all of the Greeks be basically demoralized by it. There was also the rage when after Patroclus died, and the rage that he actually took out upon Hector, and dragging Hector through the sands and through some divine protection for the body. He was actually raging even more that the body of Hector would not actually be torn apart by him dragging the body over the land. So he constantly was in one form or another of rage. The one thing that actually got him to reconsider was when Priamus, the god of the king of Troy, was actually making his way through the outside of the city walls, through the camp of the Greeks into the tent of Achilles, to actually give him a speech about how if he actually had a son, that he would surely want the same, or he surely would have wanted the same for Patroclus. But that is the speech that Priamus actually gave to him. about the respect that enemies can have for each other and for their humanity, for both being human, and how they can actually honor each other in life and death. That is actually the one thing that made Achilles actually snap out of that rage of his and grant him that he should have Hector, to give him that proper burial, to give him or allow him to actually be given his spot in the Elysium fields. And that is actually kind of interesting. Like what the Iliad is really about is Achilles' rage, and that is the one thing that it actually that got through to him. We are all human, and you don't want to suffer like that, and live in the knowledge that your son has to suffer like that in the afterlife. So yes, burials and that gold coin, or the 2 gold coins that would be needed for the ferryman in the afterlife, that was actually put a lot of importance to, which of course is just another point of religion, making offerings at the temple was very, very important. If a god is not pleased with you, maybe they can actually not allow you, or you would be judged, and you would actually be judged to actually not be able to cross the river at some point, even though you would be giving them the gold coin in the end of, or when after they died. But if they didn't actually make any offerings in the temple throughout their lifetimes, that they would actually be judged negatively. So it is still just a money scheme in that. But yeah, there was a whole lot of this, that it was so important. Like even Icarus, that fell from the heaven and into the ocean, was actually said to be given a proper burial, by Heracles finding him, or finding his dead body ashore, and then actually giving him a proper burial. Tap to elaborate stories if you wrote in Greek hexameters. Did it? I would think there's actually also more than just a stylistic choice behind that. But yeah, that is something I would have to look up. Shiny Fox will now go back to normal human behavior, to not seen return. Find out later. Why is Oko-chan having a lurk command in my channel, Xavier? I already have a lurk, so... Okay, let me close the windows. But yeah, if you look up the Iliad, look up the great epic cycle of Greek mythology as well, to actually get the full story. Like there's the whole preamble with it, with Paris and the apple of discord that the discord threw to him. And oh yeah, by the way, while we are at that, more stories. And oh, by the way, this time. The one bull story I have for you tonight. The one bull story I have for tonight is about Paris and the god Ares, which is actually featured in that. Well, not in that epic cycle, but it is actually featured in the story of Paris himself. Paris was actually said to be the downfall of Troy. It was given as a dream to his mother, and then Priamus actually asked the oracles about the dream, and it was said, yeah, it is actually when Paris is born, or when Paris was born, he is gonna be the downfall of Troy at some point. And Paris was actually then set out by Priamus and did not know he actually grew up. Like, he did not die in the wilderness. He was taken up by a family of shepherds, and he grew up never knowing that he was the king of, or the after Hector, the second king of Troy. And he actually lived, taking one of the water nymphs as his wife. Don't ask me about that. Not the Trojan king. Yes, exactly. Priamus was the king of Troy. And there was actually an instance where Paris, as the great farmer that he grew up to be, like, obviously he was the son of royalty, so he had to do Oione. Yeah, that's the one, which he actually took as his wife, and then left as soon as he met Helena, and she actually still helped him. She still helped him after he left her for Helena. She told him that he could come back to her, and she would heal any wounds that he might have. But yeah, Paris was actually she actually did later on help him. Paris was actually a farmer, and he had his own bulls, and there was actually a bull racing story that the strongest bull in the land would actually be a sacrifice to the gods for a blessing of the land of Troy, and in that one year, one of the bulls of Paris was selected, and he actually boasted that his bull could actually defeat any other bull in the land, and he did. And then he actually challenged, or he widened that challenge. My bull is so great, it can defeat any of the other bulls. And Ares, hearing that the challenge, was came down to earth, transformed himself into a bull, and easily won the race. And that actually then Paris instantly, without hesitation for it, gave him his prize, gave him a golden crown. Don't ask me where he got that from, but yeah, gave wanted to give the bull a golden crown, or the one that actually Ares was running for, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't get that Ares would actually run for, like, just come up as a bull to someone and tell them, yeah, send me to the race. No, he actually probably brought himself to the race. So it would have been that Paris actually would have given the golden crown to what he thought was just a normal bull. But, well, no, actually it was probably that Ares revealed himself as that bull that he just as easily won the race in. And Paris did not actually hesitate with it, gave him the golden crown. And that is how he was actually judged as, he is the fairest in the land. He is the one that actually does not make any difference, or does not have any pride too high to actually judge fairly. And he just judged, yeah, the other bull is better, or Ares is someone that my bull cannot defeat. And that is how he actually came to be the one that the goddesses, after the apple of...
Why, hello there.
Why, hello there. Who is here? Oh, Justion. Welcome. I guess since I don't, or just Shun, I'll call you Just. I guess since I don't know you, you probably know the game or follow the game, I would guess. So thank you very much. Welcome to the channel. But yeah, what I was on about just now was that is how Paris was actually the one that the three goddesses Discord, the goddess of arguing, or the goddess of strife, would actually throw to Athena, Hera, and Aphrodite, and on the golden apple that she threw them was written, "For the fairest one, for the most beautiful one, the one that earned it the most." And that is how they actually. Oh, you know each other. Okay. Well. Okay, so I see how it is. Well, still, welcome to the channel. But yeah, what I was on about is that those goddesses actually, because of how fair Paris was actually to judge them, they came to him of all of the people. So yeah. Only was not willing to give him the antivenom to tear anger because he left her. Interesting. So I was actually looking up another myth then. Or I was looking up another interpretation. She actually was said to have given him to actually be able to heal any wound, and that he could come to her with it. Maybe that was a vow that she made beforehand, before he actually left for Helena. But yeah, that is actually what she vowed to him. So that is interesting. Makes sense. Hello guys, you are definitely a great challenge. Also, once they are... Yes. Goodbye. My god, it is... Normal enemies I don't even have to try, but since we actually did once again... That is our... We now have 3 deaths. We have one death against Achilles in the arena. We have one death against Phaeton as a living one, and one from him. Wait, what was that? Wait, what? And now the other one against the undead, or whatever he is now, Phaeton. Give it a different one to take it second. I mean, it makes more sense. It does actually make more sense. Also, use 10 god powers, so let me get a little bit of a power up. My god, the poor guys. They probably have so much of a chance now. Oh my god. Okay, it doesn't hold for very long. It is actually... You just punched him. You didn't even hit with your mace. Oh my god. Clunky mechanics, but I mean, they are functional. But yeah, your story does actually... It would make a lot of sense that she actually didn't heal him for it. I just heard another interpretation of it, that he actually could not face that shame to going to her, and when he was finally brought to her, she actually, even though she said she could heal any wound, it was too late for him. So he actually regretted his decision at the end.
It can't be. Another torment sent by Hecate.
Not a torment.
Mean you no harm. You're Epimetheus?
I'm happy that I get to talk about it.
Once called Epimetheus. Poison clouds the sight and bends the mind. A yoke of vapor, heavier than lead.
Heavier than lead. Okay, so this is Epimetheus. like I said, forethought, or the one that actually learns from his mistakes, which I don't actually know. What would be greater? Because you would think that forethought and afterthought, yeah, okay, the forethought is greater, but the one that is actually learning from his mistakes, I might argue that they are actually really equal, that they are really brothers. Even though it was forethought that actually, like it was Prometheus that actually thought about, hey, yeah, the gods are probably gonna win, and as it then came to be, and he actually was the one that brought Epimetheus to fight against his own kin with or along the Titans. Also, they are not in Tartarus. Like I said, Epimetheus and Prometheus were not in Tartarus. Well, Epimetheus might have been at some point with another myth, but absolutely welcome to it. Like I said, I enjoy talking about it. I wish there was even more people that I could talk with about this or about this with. So that is actually great. And by the way, just if you are if you want to give a follow or join the Discord, there's gonna be more of Greek mythology coming up. Greek mythology, there's more mythology actually on my channel. So if that is something that interests you, give me a follow or go to the Discord. There's probably gonna be something posted for this. About this stuff now. They were not in Tartarus. That was not their punishment. Just like Atlas was actually a special case, that Atlas was actually the leader. Like after Kronos was actually judged by the others to not be fit to be the leader of the Titans anymore. It was Atlas that actually led the Titans into the war against the Olympians. So Atlas got a special punishment, as in carrying the weight of the heaven and earth, and holding the heaven, which I do find interesting, because that actually does mean that Atlas was absolutely hella strong, because at the point that Kronos actually cut off with the Admantian or Adamantian, something like that, whatever this mythical very hard steel was that the sickle with which Kronos actually cut off the manhood of Uranus. At that point where he cut it off, Uranus actually had to be held by the 4 brothers of Kronos. So 4 people like Hyperion, Iapetus, Coeus, and I forget the other one, Krios. Those 4 had to actually hold the heavens for Kronos to actually even with the help of Nyx, the darkness, to actually sneak up upon Uranus, and to actually cut off his manhood, or manhood. But 4 of the Titans had to hold the heavens, and then later on, Atlas was actually the one that held the heaven on his shoulders. He was the one of endurance, and it's only dangerous not to stray on many characters at once, which can confuse. Kronos eat his children. Kronos eat and Zeus cut off Sicily Island. Okay, 2 things. Kronos ate his children after they were born by Rhea. Rhea was his wife. Rhea was his wife. She actually, at the moment she actually bore the children, Kronos would eat them. Kind of the same thing that actually happened with the first wife of Zeus, that he turned into a drop of water and swallowed, from which actually Athena sprang forth, and there's still an unborn brother that is actually in the mother, still in his body, or well, said to be still in his body, because if Zeus ever got a son from her, this would actually have been his downfall. I don't actually know of the story that you're telling there with Zeus actually cutting Kronos. I know of Kronos cutting Uranus, because out of when his penis actually fell into of Uranus fell into the oceans, it actually the mix of like the hotness of the blood and the semen and the water actually gave birth to Aphrodite. Aphrodite means the one born from foam or bubbles, basically, because where his penis fell into the water, it would actually bubble up, and from this mixture of different fluids that Aphrodite was actually born. So from what I heard, Zeus got his money and Sicily was actually the island that that was actually where Zeus hid from, like where Rhea gave Zeus to whatever his mother was called, that was actually looking over him. That was actually in Sicily that his screams as a kid were shut up, or were not heard because of the ocean waves and the volcano growling. That was actually louder than the screams of the young Zeus, and from Sicily he would actually then go to challenge Kronos and the other Titans, no matter which source you look at. Yeah, I mean there can be different interpretations. By all means, don't take it that what I tell is the only possible way. I have told this with the Medusa story. Medusa actually in some stories just being punished from one god to the other. Like at first she was completely devout to the goddess Athena, and then and rejected Poseidon, and at some point Poseidon just took her, raped her, and then because Athena couldn't actually punish Poseidon, she actually punished Medusa for being raped by someone else, or by Poseidon, in her temple, and punished Medusa. And then after the punishment of turning her into from one of the most beautiful women on earth to one of the most ugly creatures, and then after that she was constantly being hunted by the hunters of the world, because she was just seen as a trophy. In another interpretation of the story, it might have been Medusa herself that actually that the benevolent god Athena would actually grant her the strength and this ugliness, so that she would actually never have to be helpless against men again, and to actually never have to fear to be raped again. And so the wise Athena actually gave her that as a gift. Also, there's another interpretation even that she might have even given in to the advances of the god Poseidon, and that it was just punishment basically by Athena. So there are different interpretations of the stories that you can go with. That like it is not that what I tell is the only possible way that you can go and see it. But what do we have here? Heavier and lead. Earn his trust. Yeah, that with Epimetheus, that is probably something we can we can actually do. Let's earn his trust.
Prometheus. My name is Jason. We've come to Tartarus to retrieve something Hecate stole from the mortal world.
Something.
Listening. Well, I hope it is an interesting listen.
The Golden Fleece.
For making the fleece, I was damned by Zeus. And now, my creation and I dwell together in this pit of horrors.
The followers of Hecate claim you serve them.
I and my brother both. Our sister Hecate promised us a haven, but she trapped us in eternal servitude.
Okay, there's just, like I said, I like that the game actually goes with its own narrative. As said, Epimetheus and Prometheus were not in Tartarus for the absolute most part. But like with Epimetheus, there might have been some interpretations with it, but they were not punished to be in Tartarus. But the game is going with its own narrative, and I can even see it. Like it does make sense with this. From the punishment of Zeus, Hecate would give them a haven in the underworld and maybe even Tartarus. That is fine, but we want to go for the real myth. Hecate, for one, was one of the she was a Titan goddess, basically. Like she was a daughter of a Titan, but she was one of the youngest, one of the ones that came just before the gods were born. She was actually one of the kindest ones ever. Like I said, there's not just there's a problem with how people would actually talk about and how much is delivered from the ones that were actually involved with death, because you just did not want to talk badly about the ones judging the dead ones and having power over you when you are dead. But Hecate was actually a really, really kind one. She was one of those that actually gave havens. Like she was actually one that would soothe the suffering of those that were abandoned, of those that were actually lost, that were lamenting as the undead souls that they were in the underworld. She was actually very, very kind, and she never married. She never did any revenge plots against anyone. She helped the Olympians fighting against the giants in the there was the Titanomachy, there was also the Gigantonomachy, or Gigantonomachy. Something like that, whatever. When the giants actually wanted to fight and take over Mount Olympus or lay siege to Mount Olympus, she actually with her two torches, which she's often depicted with, fought off one of the giants and killed him, because she was actually loyal to the people that she actually served with, or was affiliated with. So that Hecate is made out to be the bad one in this might be it is not at all what you would find when you go for Hecate. Like she was a very kind and benevolent goddess. Even for example, the queen of Troy, that after Troy was actually burning, before she actually fell into the hands of the Greek army, she rather chose to suicide and fling herself off the cliffs of Troy onto the stone, and she was actually later on transformed into a black hound that was at the side of Hecate. So that she didn't have to wander aimlessly around in the underworld, because Hecate took pity upon her fate. So Hecate is actually one of the kindest ones that you can find, in Greek mythology. Also the one that helped Persephone feeling at home or bridging the time that she actually lamented that she could not be on Earth anymore when she was trapped in Hades, basically. And which actually gave her the domain in the underworld by Hades. But yeah, that is something that really goes with. There's so much of a difference in the story that they are telling from what I would normally find. How does he serve and how does the fleece go? The fleece. Oh yeah. By the way, the fleece is also a story I have to tell, but we're actually gonna wait with that until we actually get the fleece, because obviously we are gonna get the fleece. Please, by all means, that is what the objective of the whole game is, to get the fleece and revive Alcime. How does he serve?
What is it you do for Hecate and her minions?
Of all the titans, only my brother and I can provide the divine spark of
Exactly.
creation. Hecate uses our broken bodies to create a twisted semblance of life in the creatures of this place. Together, my breath and my brother's blood form the defenses of this stronghold.
That is some bad breath.
How does your breath defend this place?
Isn't it obvious?
I am corrupted beyond comprehension. My very breath is poison, and yet to Hecate's minions, it is like mother's milk. The rest of my
That's the
body
breath of life.
has been sundered into many pieces and strewn about this land to foul the air. The vapors that I emit animate the forms made from my brother's blood.
Where is your brother Prometheus?
We actually saw him already, but I ran the other way.
Lies to the west, in torment more dire than mine.
No.
The ichor you see surrounding you, that is my brother's tainted blood.
No, God. That is grim.
It provides the divine matter that gives shape to the creatures and the barriers here.
But without a spirit, there can be no true life.
That is why Hecate sought the fleece and its awesome power.
Awesome sauce.
Her minions use it to fuse the spirits of their fallen brothers to the animated forms.
Like I said, I do really like that this game is going with having its own interpretation of it. Because by itself, I do have to say, this story does make sense, right? It is actually a well-told story. Can he help me or can I help him? Well, let's be nice, right?
How can I release you from this torment?
You would help me?
Maybe I did.
was weak in the
Maybe I
black
have the
tones.
power.
And
My
reclaim
box
your
stacking
creation.
abilities are so great.
The
They make me
fleece
transcend through the
removed from Tartarus
mortal shell.
and restored to the world in the sight of men and gods alike. And all who saw its beauty would know that it was I, Epimetheus,
He is still as
who
proud as
created
ever.
it.
Then our purposes align. How can I free you?
You cannot free me, but you can kill me.
Not a problem. Okay. So Okay, with this, yeah, I hope that it is actually just my doing. That's just my very, very divine box stacking that actually... yeah, I'll actually go with that, but... So I cannot free him, I can only kill him, but in the story, like I said, it makes sense. Epimetheus was actually creating the golden ram out of spite, actually, like because he thought that Prometheus gave too much, and he wanted like too much to the humans, and he wanted to be seen better than his brother by Zeus, which in this story gave them the task of inhabiting the earth with the beasts and the humans, and so Epimetheus was giving the flight to the birds, swimming and breathing underwater, the gills to the fish, such things, and the strength to the bear. And he put it all together into the golden ram, to be on top of the creation, to be better than his brother Prometheus, and then Zeus actually judged them. Like, that is what we got from the story in the game. And then Zeus judged them for creating something that was never intended to be.
If you were dead, would the poison clear?
Not entirely. There are many pieces of me scattered about, each toxic in their decay. Destroy these parts when you find them, and you'll gradually clear the air.
What of the creatures and the barriers?
For that, you will need my brother's help. Seek Prometheus far to the west.
Far to the
I will.
west.
Then make your strike here on my hand. End my suffering, and return my precious creation to your world.
Over voice
And
acting,
if
but
any should ever wonder, let them know it is the work of Epimetheus.
that look. What did we just do? Okay. Ended
No
Epimetheus' long
stars or
coma.
sun to guide us. The winds blow from everywhere at once. The reek here overpowers all other scents. And no tracks are left in this foul ground. Praise Hermes were not asked to hunt down here. It would be impossible.
I wonder if it's night or day. Or do they have night and day down here? How do they keep time anyway, with no sun? Then again, I suppose if you're damned for eternity, you don't really need time.
That is, yeah, that is definitely the conversation I would have after killing a Titan. That was first bringing creation to the earth. Okay, priorities. But far, what was it, to the west?
That vent must be a piece of the Titan. Let's go find the Titan's brother then. See if we can't get some answers out of him.
Oh, okay. So I'm not bouncing off of it anymore. Oh, that is so sad. And what is this now? I can't kill it. Oh. Oh boy. Oh no. Yep. Okay, now far to the other side is Prometheus. And I just wanted the boss fights beforehand. So that we can have those two together. So that we can hear the full story from them. Even though I don't remember what they are gonna say. I'm still very much sure that they actually provide some extra information. At least for those of you that were not here the last time we played this. Like I said, it was actually... He still has hair. Oh, that's a wig. It's a wig, I'm telling you.
I succumb to the madness of this torment at last. My eyes tell me humans stand alive in Tartarus.
You're Prometheus, brother of Epimetheus.
Once, long past. Now only kin to this cursed place. Its blood, my own.
I freed your brother from his bondage, and I do the same for you.
Epimetheus is free, by which you must mean dead.
By my hand,
It was my pleasure.
but by his wish.
And what of your other hand, human? Can it match in deed as well as form?
I don't know, I'm better with the right one.
Can your mercy extend to me as well?
For the fleas. We are not gonna go. We are not gonna go be a dick to him, because, like I said, Prometheus was actually the friend of man. Basically, that is what he was shouted out for. And by the way, if you read Frankenstein from Shelley, there's actually interpretations. Look it up. The interpretations of Prometheus, because there's two very, very interesting interpretations from them, by her and her husband. Who's Cypher? Wait, what? About how you can actually judge. Like one is that Prometheus wanted too much and brought all the suffering to humanity, and the other one was that Prometheus did that all for humanity and took the suffering from Zeus and never sold out. Oh, Epimetheus is Lucifer. No. Well, that's something I never made as a connection, at least. But that he took all that suffering from Zeus, all that punishment for his creation, for giving his creation, the means to be standing over each other of the creations on Earth, and he took it without ever selling out, never regretting what he did, and that is what he is called as the friend of man, the Lightbringer. He saved us, man. Yeah, exactly, basically. Okay, that is something that I... Church used Lucifer as something entirely different. Yeah, that is interesting. That is, yeah. That is something I have to ponder about. Epimetheus as Lucifer. That would be interesting. It is a bit different with how Lucifer was falling from grace, and the punishment that Zeus gave to Epimetheus. Like God never hated Lucifer after that, but Zeus very much did hold an anger against Epimetheus. But yeah, the fire to survive, and yeah, all that, like with the story of how he tricked Zeus for us with the bowl of meat. Zeus demanded that after every or before every meal, the best parts of the meal would be sacrificed to him, and then Prometheus actually tricked him, presenting him with two bowls that he made, and asked which one would you like more, which one is the one that you want to be sacrificed to you all the time. And in one he actually had all the good stuff, all all the flesh that was actually usable, all the parts that could be used for cooking, and hid it under just some goo, some not so tasty looking stuff. And the other bowl, he actually had all the bones and what you can't actually use as human, but hid it under a very, very great looking layer of fat and just juiciness. And so obviously Zeus took the one that actually looked better, and was tricked into like all that was under it was the bones. But he actually did tell, I want that bowl to be sacrificed to me, and yeah, for that trickery, he actually punished Epimetheus. But we are not gonna be a dick to him, so of course my mercy extends to you as well.
I promised your brother I would end your suffering.
My blood is corrupted when exposed to the fumes that rise from my brother's tortured remains. Once they are destroyed, my blood will be purified once more.
I understand.
Human, I gave you life and sacred fire. I ask a gift in return from you.
A gift.
What is it?
I would know the name of the man who kills me.
It is Jason.
Jason. A good name. I am ready. Jason.
He still has more
May
power
the work
in his
of
voice.
my
I like that.
hands be the instrument of my deliverance.
It actually, for the characters, how we set them up, like how we set up Epimetheus and Prometheus, those dialogues actually make sense. Yeah, that is actually... And I released Prometheus. Long torment ended. So. Well, this was a bit more than we gave Epimetheus. He died much quicker. It's sad now. Yeah, that is actually like I said, all of the religions have very much in common with one another. Also with the great floods that the Greek mythology knows just as much.
Watch yourselves.
Oh, after him we actually get fights, huh? Oh, by the way, let me... We do have a god power, right? What is this one? Is this... Oh, this is the petrification. My god, that is nice. So I have unlocked the power of petrification with this from... I think it was Athena's god power. Oh wait, did you die? No. As clunky as the fights are, I do have to say they are still kind of fun. It is kind of fun to actually play around with those different mechanics, although they don't change too much of the playstyle, I have to say. Oh, oh, that was a home run. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't... Sorry.
Prometheus's pure blood is rising to the surface.
Oh, the pure blood. Let me... Yes, let me... damn it. Let me try to petrify them again. Ah, that feels so good. Unfortunately, it holds only for a while. But I can shatter them just like shields once I petrify them. And against shields, I have extra damage. So...
Without the green filth, these creatures can't keep coming.
Well, it just looked like they were very much able to keep coming, but okay. So that should be the first part of this. True. Yeah, you can't argue with that. Okay. And
You've got the Titan's
Gus is
blood.
happy as well.
See if you can stop that damn gas.
Huh? I actually bound shield with him. Yeah, it does very much look like they can still keep coming, so I'm not quite sure about this. Can I not activate one of the god powers? There it is. Okay, let me have fun with this one. If nothing else. Yeah, whoosh. Oh my god, this is so great. Just... Can I shatter them now? That is the question. I thought I could shatter those little pimples. Those little Tartarus pimples, but nope. Doesn't seem like it. We do actually still get power-ups. Oh. There we are. He even let his spear fall. Where are all my allies? We took the weakest allies that we could find. I mean, Heracles is actually rather OP. But in a way that is not too bad. Let me see what... Oh, this should be the silver armor, right? Oh yes, the silver armor, we are actually taking much less damage with this. And I wonder if we can get to the golden armor. Also, I wonder if this... oh yeah, Xavier is gone, yeah. I think Xavier is mad that he is not the only mod on my channel anymore. Also, by killing them, I should actually get health out of it, because killing enemies in a rapid way should actually regenerate health, which it doesn't seem to be. Although we are not on death's door either. Was that the last one now? Yep. So when you guys auto revive. Okay, I can actually kill the pimples. Good. When they auto revive, it actually is a sign that you have finally cleared out all of the enemies. Left the channel in my hands. I would have thought that I'm actually the one that holds this channel, but okay. Reach the interior of the Tartarus.
The Kate and the Black Tongues have gone to great lengths to seal what lies beyond this point.
Wait, was this sealed off for them as well? But I can see a boss battle coming up, so...
Ah, Minotaurs!
Ooh, Minotaurs, yeah, oh
Grab
shit.
their horns for drinking cups! Attack!
With that god power, it is so good. I actually almost one-shot him. Damn it. Yeah, the Minotaurs are gonna be a problem, right? At least by... oh god. Oh, he cut his own men in half. Holy shit. Like I said, the Minotaurs are actually capable of killing their own NPCs. Yeah. I thought the T-chat actually doesn't go out, but apparently that is not the case. Okay. Well, can you not follow me instantly? Okay. Yes, and let me get right back into the Apollo's power. I just want to get rid of you. Why are you stuck there? Idiot. The Apollo power... oh my god, that was another home run. The Apollo power actually does help me with reviving my own teammates as well. You're all screwed. Come on, please help. Yeah, so much for the Minotaurs now. At least they are no problem anymore. Actually, the first one that we faced wasn't a problem either. But they were in the arena. When we fought the 3 in the arena, you saw how much I struggled with that. What is this? What the... why can't I get through? Fucker. Is there an enemy stuck somewhere? Please. What? Wait, what? Do I have to do something here? No, but I can't even go back, so... it has to be... oh. Oh, okay. Another one of those. Amazing, amazing riddle. Okay, so now I should be able to go to the other one. There it is. And we should be close to the end of Tartarus. Like, this should be one of the last fights here. In this very, very depressing place. Please just let me activate my god power. I mean, it doesn't hold for long. I do have to say that. This Ares god power doesn't actually stay up for the amount of time that I would want it to be. Also, I'm already wounded. I don't know why that is. I thought I didn't take that much damage from that one guy. Okay, but there's the health regeneration.
We need to make a stand on dry land.
Oh, okay. So I can't actually, within the blood of Prometheus, I can't actually, they will just respawn again. Well, good to know. Well then, let's kill this one. And... wait a minute. Oh yeah, there we go. Hey, Minotaur. Yeah, yeah, good job. Wait, Atalanta is still stuck down there. The one that actually told me to get moving. Well, and now you're standing around. This part is a little bit nonsensical, but I still have that remembered from the first time I played it, which is from 2008, so I can't actually know all of the riddles anymore. But I thought it was a hint that I have to get to dry land. I thought here I could actually not defeat them, and it does not look like it, but maybe I just... But yeah, I can't actually go through there. So I don't know what to do really. Yeah. Go find your own barrier. I can't kill him! He's invincible. Why? Why would you do that to me? Okay. Yeah, I'm very sorry about this one. I'm not quite sure if the game is bugged out or if it is just... Maybe if I go back up here? No. Or maybe if I just kill them on dry land. Maybe if I kill them here, they don't respawn. Like, it must have been a hint. We have to defeat them on dry land, right? But yeah, there's a new one coming up, right? Why? Game, please. Please be more clear in your instructions. I would very much value that. Okay. But it seems... Nope. Just a new one coming. Okay. There it is. So it was just... No, wait, what? And there's a new one. You absolute fucker. Why? And he even hits me through the block. Yes, yes, no. Come to this. I still can't. I still can't. Fucking hell. Oh, but now I can go back up here. Oh. Okay. Well, did I not see this before, or... Guys, this is what you give... what you keep an eye out for when I don't find something. So now... Yes, hello there. Ugh. Brilliant design. Okay. Wait, what is this? It's just a puddle. I think this place might have been rushed. Oh, I can actually kill them. Oh, nice. I actually killed one of them before he could spawn out of this. And the Minotaur, like I said, they are... Just keep on attacking them, they are no problem anymore. That is domination. Okay. Well, that's 3 Minotaurs. Given I'm not actually weakened anymore, so let me try the R mechanic. Oh, I can't. Before the fight I can't actually... Damn it. Before the fight I can't actually throw the spear. Which is something we never used anyways. There's another one. Maybe? Nope. just more Minotaurs. Let's get rid of those then. There's another one. That I can't... Okay. So apparently there can't be too many Minotaurs spawning at once. Oh, and I can actually do the same thing that the Minotaurs are doing with me. That feels so good. Oh man. Okay. There's the other one. And I have the Ares' power. Oh my god, that is so good. I mean, I'm still taking the damage, but the more damage I deal, the more I actually heal up from it. So I am actually pretty much invincible from this one. Unless I can't actually do any damage. Oh, and... wait, what? Wait.
What happened to those things? Where are they going?
Yeah.
Perhaps that's how these things run away.
Huh. They just vanished. That was... I mean, at least the game addresses it. But they just literally vanished. That's actually... okay. Well, I'll take it. The Minotaurs are not... Like I said, this game, as fun as it is, the game mechanics, or the fighting mechanics, can be a little bit weird. There's not so much really dodging and tactically going in. So counter mechanics and such are not... You do have counter block, but that is not really viable. Can I just ignore this and go here? It seems like it. Well, or not, I guess. Feels so stupid getting blocked off by a wall.
Ambush! Near the pods! Some dry land!
They will not stop us!
Okay, let's get rid of these small ones, and yes, I have my god power level. Oh, that is so good, because we took the first Hermes upgrade. We actually have the god power basically in every fight. Okay, you are not getting back up. Just stop trying. No, I can't reach you if you are stuck in there. But he can very much reach me. Oh, come on. Well, let's kill the monster. Let's kill the monster, I said. Also, why was 3 hits not enough? I mean, those are normal hits, but the Prometheus part. That's not it, right? Yeah, he's still alive. He's just playing dead. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't really feel like it's a challenge. I mean, it is something, but can't really say that this is too good. Too good a part of the game. Oh, what do we have here though? Yes, exactly. What do we have here? Hypnage.
Hypnage! What is she doing here? And why does she not attack?
Because she knows what's best for her.
Our way lies ahead. If Hypnage tries to stop us, then she will fall. Come.
Okay. Well, Hypnage doesn't really know that she shouldn't go after her own... after her allies, I guess. Or... Hello there. And goodbye there. She's actually running. Can I even go somewhere else? Wait, what are you doing? Wait, why are there two Hypnages? The other one... You saw that, right? The other one actually ran to this side. What? But I can't... First of all, what is that globber? There's nothing in those. Okay. Well, doesn't leave much room for exploration, which actually I never found to be such a problem in this game, even though it is one of the points that most
Temple
game
of
critics
Hecate.
mentioned.
There's a lockbox full of glory. Take it in. Our last few breaths as mortals. Once we go in there and come out with a fleece, the gods themselves will sing songs about us. Even you, girl.
We are close. Remember why you're here, and what it is you fight for. Keep hold of that purpose. Grip it tight. Whatever we find inside, let nothing take it from you.
Reach the Temple of Hecate. Why does he still have his eyes? You do see this shimmer? That was actually something that was supposed to be taken away from him after he ate the Hermes fruit. Not really. Oh god. So this is the last one we actually fought. We fought Dokon from Mycenae. We fought Phaedron from the Athena's temple. This one is from the last island. In Saria. The evil centaur.
I have
Nessus.
emerged! But where?
But where?
Nessus.
You? Here? This isn't right!
You didn't even know until now where you just were.
I was promised sky, endless fields of grass, a palace filled with servants. I was promised paradise!
He is the only one that is not okay with it.
Hecate is the mistress of deceit, and you believed what her minions told you?
There is no paradise for traitors.
No. They must call me back. They must summon me with the others. Yes, that is to be my reward. I'll join Hecate's conquest of the living!
Is that what's happening?
Can't you see it, human? Each ascending spirit returns to the world above. The Black Tongues have found a place of power, and with it, we can summon forth all of Tartarus. Soon we will command an army, the likes of which Greece has never seen!
His voice acting makes no sense. Well, his dialogue sense makes no sense. Just first he doesn't know where he is, then he clings to her now. But yeah, where?
Where is this army amassing?
Does it matter? Wherever it is, We shall spread across the world like a devouring flame. Even if you did claim the fleece, you can't stop us. That is why you're here, isn't it?
Clever boy.
The fleece leaves with me.
No matter. You are not my concern. I'll let the Guardian handle you. I must await my summons. I cannot risk that. I must escape this place.
Should we leave him or should we destroy him? I am actually interested. I can actually get out of a boss fight? I very much thought I actually had to fight him. That is something I actually did not think was possible, because I do remember that I fought him the other time when I was around. So I thought it was the only way I had. But I can actually leave him. So I'll let you guys decide what we are gonna do with him. That's actually interesting. I wonder what will happen to him. Well, I actually do want to see what happens if we leave him. So, let me do that.
Get used to your new home, Nessus. We will stop the Black Tongues. And you will remain here in this pit for all eternity.
No! No! I was promised! I was promised a paradise!
May you wander Tartarus forever, searching for it.
Farewell, Nessus. We will not meet again.
Yeah, okay. But I could actually leave him. That is really nice. You can't attack him now. Interesting. So basically we have given him the worst punishment, I guess. That's nice. Okay. So I guess those are souls that he's talking about ascending to Earth again. Okay. And that is the Golden Fleece. And that is probably one of the hardest boss fights here, so I have to get ready for that. There it is.
Your presence here
It's furious.
is obscene. It's so sad to see the Titans freed from their torment. No matter. They will soon be replaced.
It is a mistake to stand between me and the fleece.
Well, you are as well,
Your
right?
tattered flesh will feed this land. You and your companions will replace what you've stolen. You will be harnessed to this place and become our eternal servants.
Oh, is that
So close, and yet only a few moments left to live.
is that a Hollow Knight emote? Okay, a few moments left to live. Tragic. He dies first. For Alcime, I will not fail. Well, you know what? I will actually say it is tragic for him.
The only tragedy here is what I'm about to do to you.
What you seek lies before you. Come and take it if you can!
Yeah, that is the plan. Like I said, he is actually... he throws me over right away. That is actually very much the plan. Also, I have taken the sword again. Like I said, with the cutscene, I actually... That is such a stupid block. Okay, let me try for something else then. Okay. Since I'm falling over, let's try with the silver armor. Okay, I blocked this. Okay, so he can't actually throw me over. But I'm still taking damage from it. Okay, there he is. Oh. Okay. I did not know. And hey, Zoe! Oh god, okay. Well, that is... you caught me at a moment that I am... Actually, okay. I'm still regenerating health from... Oh god, I don't even have a god power now. Well, let me go with him first. Let's see if this does actually work. Yeah. I told you he is actually quite a difficult boss fight. Maybe even the hardest one in the game. Not quite sure. Okay, there's another one. I have to basically just get god power from them. While he's running after me and throwing me over. And the good thing is, the Minotaur actually works for me, because if he actually attacks him, yeah, and that.
True love cannot die.
Okay, sorry for yesterday. I watched back the VOD. Yeah, it is very true. You don't actually have the emote. I'm very sorry for the raid yesterday. I normally don't like to raid with my emote for exactly that reason, but
It is a mistake.
So close, and yet only a few moments.
The only tragedy here.
let's not go into this. And of course, I'm taking another weapon again. Taking this. Nope, this does absolutely nothing for him. Okay. Can I evade and then strike him? Nope, he still strikes me. Oh god, I can't even. Okay. Okay, fast strikes. I get it. Oh god. That is horrible. And now he goes there. Okay. We did manage the first part of the fight now. Why would you... Oh god, that is such a bullshit. Oh, come on. Okay, we still do have our god power. Shit, that is the wrong one. I actually used the wrong one. Damn it. Yep. Nope. I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it with this. Holy shit. I actually thought I had so much regeneration from the extra damage I deal, but oh god. Okay, it's okay. Oh well. It's still, I don't like to raid with my own emote, even though that is okay, but yeah, and we have actually killed someone. Now we should at least be out of the state of grace. Oh god. Are you gonna... oh no. Oh. Actually... oh, maybe I can cheese this fight. Oh, god damn it. Okay, let's try this again. So it is 3. Okay, that is good. Sorry, I have to actually concentrate on this. Because you can see this is actually a lot of bullshit to a big part. Also, I don't have other regeneration sources. Oh god, I missed that. Holy shit. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, he actually just fell over.
Where does a black tongue go when he's slain in Tartarus?
If you to read this, would love to know the story behind this.
What do you know of Yolkus?
Can't you see my brothers rising to answer the call? The Black Tongues rule Yolkus now. You will never touch the fleece!
Did he just blow himself up? Oh god, I think he actually suicided. Well, I guess we lived. Close death encounter. Slew is furious. Okay. So, story. I mean, sorry, you were here when I explained this all the last time. We were looking for the Golden Fleece, which we finally found after all this, to revive our dead, or not so dead, wife Alcime, while Hermes is watching over her soul. Which is why she actually popped up here. And we can get rid of our lousy, measly, whatever normal armor and get the fleece. It is exactly how you would think we are using the fleece. Of course, we are using it as an armor. The golden fleece that Epimetheus created. with that expression. But yeah. There we go. And now we get to actually test it, which is, of course, very nice. The fleece grants specific bonuses. Also, the music changed, as you probably have seen. And it feels very, very bad if you, with the new fleece, actually managed to die at some point. It is really, really stupid. Oh, this one got cut half. Oh. Cut in half. It feels very, very stupid if you just got the fleece and then get run over by one of the minotaurs, or just flat out die against some normal enemies. Against the bosses, okay, but against the normal ones it feels so bad. Usually this is, from game design standpoint, just for you to actually, you have emerged, you have overcome all the challenges, you have gotten the fleece now, and I mean it does actually provide the extra stats. You can see that this is not a problem for me anymore. 3 minotaurs, 3 or 4 normal enemies, doesn't matter. Oh, we need to help Achilles up, but not Atalanta.
Would you look at that? Well done, Jason.
Let's hope it is enough to bring Alcime back.
Do you think he was lying about the black tongues on Iolcus?
There is nothing that would surprise me, whether he spoke true or false. We will return and set things right.
And I don't have to backtrack, right? There we go. So we are actually...
Jason, something in the fog.
Elias. What has he done?
Pelias is our uncle that we gave
Here's
the
where we
rule
found
of
the element
Iolcus over
surprise.
while we are gone.
How many are there?
I need to test the depth.
I'll go with you. Jason, you have my sympathies.
Achilles, we should get ready.
What? Oh, right.
Jason.
Captain Idas.
Captain Idas was... I mentioned this in another stream already. In this choice, you only have the 4 ones. You have Ares, you have Hermes, Apollo, and Athena. There should be a 5th one. There should be another guardian goddess for us, Aphrodite, that just says he was a pretty hung dude. That would be how I honor him. At least he was a pretty hung dude. That is what made him a great teacher. To get corrupted and manipulated. Well, we actually were searching for the fleece because the fleece is the only thing in the mortal realm that has the power to give life to something that is dead. And right now, as said, our wife Alcime is dead, so we searched for the fleece in all of the different parts of the world and found it in the underworld now. The fleece is a creation of Epimetheus the Titan, which in this one at least created it out of the with all the properties of the different beasts to stand above his brother that gave everything to human creation. But actually that is one of my main stories tonight. So story time. The actual fleece, the actual golden fleece, the Jason and the Argonauts myth, that Pelias, our uncle, took the rule over Iolcus, and he actually was prophesied that if there is a young one coming with one sandal to his palace, it would be the one that kills him, and it would be the one that actually takes the throne from him. And so when Jason came one day with one sandal, he gave him the task of finding the like what should I do? I've gotten that prophecy. He actually invited Jason to talk about this, and Jason, ever the rightful hero, then said, well, I'll prove that I am the just leader of this. Jason actually never took the rule of Iolcos after that, which is weird. But yeah, he actually then got tricked by Pelias into this unbeatable task of retrieving the golden fleece from Colchis. Colchis is made out to be somewhere in the Black Sea, or somewhere around Georgia or Georgian right now. And it was actually from a story that tracks all the way back to something I never made as a connection. Jason was one of the first heroes of Greek mythology, but if we go all the way back to the very first hero that Greek mythology actually, or Greek folklore actually had, it was Cadmus, the king of Thebes. And he actually had a story that, like I told this before with Jason and the Argonauts, how he actually retrieved the golden fleece in Colchis then, with the help of Medea. There were the bulls that were breathing fire and such, and there was the dragon. And I told that Jason was actually one of the first dragon slayers in mythology. The dragon that actually, if he lost his teeth and they were planted into the earth, he could create armies of soldiers from it. And I told the story that he actually slew the dragon and the armies that he created. That was actually something that Cadmus did before. Cadmus, the first hero of Greek folklore, was actually on a quest. Cadmus was the brother of Europa, and he was actually the son of the king of Thebes. Not the king of Thebes, of the king of whatever country Europa came from, which was in Egypt. And he was the brother of Europa and was tasked to actually find Europa and return her and not come back until he actually finds her. And maybe he didn't want to go against Zeus, maybe he could not find her, but his travels actually brought him to Greece, and or to the parts that were back then Greece. And he actually had a whole story about him slaying a dragon that was actually guarding a water place that beforehand actually killed his men when they were tasked to get water from the waterfall. And then the dragon came out, slew his man, and in return he actually slew the dragon. And the dragon actually had the same powers. Like, it was actually a direct, like, it was directly the same in that with Jason. The dragon could do, or had the same power with his teeth planted into the earth, would actually grow soldiers out of the earth and create an army that would defend the dragon. And he actually threw a stone in the midst of the soldiers that came from the earth. And so the soldiers are unable to actually, like, confused coming from the earth, and unable to actually find out where the source of like, he threw the stone and then made a noise, and they were startled by the noise and then started killing each other until nobody was left. So not the most reliable army he's spawning there. Like, think about it. The dragon actually sheds its teeth, creates an army of soldiers, and then all the soldiers just run off in different directions or kill each other all the time, just by the noise of having a stone thrown in the midst of them. maybe not the best payoff, but the the story is then that he actually kills the dragon, and in the very much the same fashion as Jason later on kills the dragon, which was actually put to sleep at first from Medea, but has the same power as the other dragon. And Cadmus was actually really interesting. He didn't do many great things. Actually, his Cadmus was actually one of the heroes that had the saddest story, really, because, well, like I said, either he could not find Europa or he didn't want to go up against Zeus. But then this dragon was actually a part of was allocated to Ares, and so he actually, by slaying the dragon, was punished by Ares to wander around, never finding the happiness. Later on, being turned into a serpent with his wife Harmonia. And Harmonia, actually, you know the myth about the necklace of Harmonia that was actually given to her by Hephaestus, the husband of Aphrodite at that point. Well, at that point, until Aphrodite actually slept with Ares, and Hephaestus actually got to know about this. So he made a necklace for all the descendants of Athena, which was Harmonia, which Cadmus took as his wife at some point. And Cadmus already being cursed by Ares, and then his wife Harmonia actually getting the necklace from Hephaestus, which would bring misfortune to all of the descendants of Athena. And then they married, and it was basically a life of misfortune until they were at one point like, they still had kids. They still despite all of that is how great Cadmus was. He was still a rightful ruler and righteous leader to Thebes. He was the king of Thebes with her. Also, fun trivia, Harmonia actually means the balanced or the well-built, which is like it is a reference to the looks of Harmonia. And if you go by the beauty standard of old Greeks, it probably meant well-built, like you know, she got two big floppers and a big ass. But that is why she was called Harmonia, the well-rounded, basically. So that is a great name to have. I would totally call my daughter Harmonia. But yeah, that was basically that. And they actually were so misfortunate, and that at some point they said, we don't actually want to live like that anymore. What do we have to actually atone for our sins? And the gods actually turned them into serpents. Turned them into two serpents. After that, it was said that their souls were freed from their mortal shells, and they actually got to for being well endowed. Yeah, exactly. They were the first serpents, but their souls were actually freed with that. They were actually allowed into paradise or Elysium after that. But that was very unfortunate, and the necklace of Harmonia actually got to her daughter Semele, which Semele was the one that actually was so misfortunate to actually get tricked into tricked into by her sisters being jealous of her lover being Zeus, that she should demand that it is to really know that it is Zeus, demand him showing himself in his full glory and in his presence, and of course the being exposed to the looks of a god in its full glory. She just basically disintegrated at the sight of Zeus when she asked it of him, and Zeus made this vow upon the river Styx that he would grant her the wish, whatever she wished for, and it obviously ended tragically, like she actually disintegrated from looking at the glory of Zeus. And she had a 6-month-old or a 6-month-old baby in her, which Zeus actually saved and bred in his leg. he actually put the fetus in his leg, and from there bore his own child, Dionysus, which later on would become the god of wine, and take a part of or take his spot or in the pantheon that Hestia actually gave up for him, because Hestia was a very, very wise goddess that didn't want the fight, and if Dionysus wanted to actually be part of the pantheon, he would have had to fight a god for it. So she actually stepped down from there. But yeah, Dionysus, there's a lot of other myths that I can tell about him. Dionysus is one of those that spawned the most myths because, well, god of wine. You can actually think that there might have been some very interesting stories about him. like Virgo and such, the star constellations. There are 3 star constellations when he first brought wine to the earth, and the people could not handle it, and then they thought the one that he actually asked to bring the wine to the people was actually poisoning them. So they actually slew him, and then the daughter of him, which was later on to be Virgo, hanged herself, and the dog of the family threw himself down a well. Good job, Lassie. And such. And wherever Dionysus went, he brought madness into insanity and bloodlust. Like, Dionysus was definitely one of the ones that were the most brutal gods. So I can't actually say that I like Dionysus very much. He's just... he's not so much of an asshole, but he is very much violent. So there's other gods that I would probably choose before him. But he is the youngest god. He was one of the end times. So we came all the way from the first hero of Greek mythology to the last god that actually took or to the last main god that existed in Greek mythology in the pantheon. But yeah, so that I don't tell any lies, the first dragon slayer was actually Cadmus, and Cadmus also had and how I want to bend this to the golden fleece. I said one of the main stories tonight. The golden fleece. How is he connected? Well, one of his daughters was actually also Ino. And Ino was, yes, as in that Ino, that actually was involved in the story of how the golden fleece actually was made, because there was a cloud that was looking like Hera. Don't ask why. It was because of some king that was a descendant of the gods, that was at a feast allowed to Olympus, and he actually he actually looked at Hera and wanted to actually have sex with Hera, and he got so far as to I actually found this. Don't take it too serious, but there was actually in different sources that I found about this, that he actually got some action with her already under the table when they were having the feast. So that's something. I don't really trust that, but yeah, that is some action that he got with her already. But of course, he wanted to have sex with her, which is probably not so good having at the dinner table with her husband. And Zeus actually knew about this, and so after the king was drunk, he actually created a cloud that was looking like Hera, which obviously the other one then promptly fucked, and created the first centaurs, which the centaurs actually came to Earth by a shower from this cloud, which was called, the cloud was actually called Nephele. Nephele as the cloud looking like Hera, that actually bore the centaurs and giving a rain shower at a mountainside where they actually just then tumbled down to the earth. That is how the centaurs were created. Yeah, that's some interesting stuff there. But where do I want to go? Nephele is actually important for a story. Because Nephele was then wandering the earth, or just like as you can see, the clouds actually go past the sky, and so it was seen as Nephele was wandering the earth and being lonely and such. And then Atmos, which was a king of Colchis at the time, took her as wife. Took the cloud that looked like Hera as wife, and then he actually had 2 children with her, Phrixus and Helle, not Hela, and he had the 2 children with her and then left her for Ino, the daughter of Cadmus. So that is how close. Like Jason is actually one of the first stories in Greek mythology as well. But I have to go. We'll catch you soon. Probably catch the vote for this riveting. Yeah, sorry. So have a good one. Thank you for stopping by. I do appreciate it. Yes, watch the vote if you can. Get my emote if you can. I don't want to. Since there's nobody, well, actually one person that did not even follow, I think, was new in the chat tonight. But yeah, it still stands that everyone has the emote. So if you want to become a regular, you have to get the emote so I can actually raid and not feel bad about using the emote. No, that is stupid. But yeah, have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. But yeah, Phrixus and Helle. And then he left Nephele. He left her for Ino, and Ino was how should I say this? Not really okay with the children not of her own that would take the throne and get the. I will also have to bunk to get up earlier tomorrow. Yep. Okay. See you guys, and thank you very much for hanging around. Yes, thank you for the chatting. There's being very lurking mode everywhere. You don't have to be lurking here, Argeo. If you need to focus on another channel, then by all means focus on those channels, and you don't have to divert your attention from them for me. But yeah, thank you very much for sticking around and talking and bringing some interesting points to the discussion. I very much do appreciate that. And I'll see you around. Hopefully you have a good day tomorrow. Just my face. But yeah, that is one of those stories. And then Ino actually wanted to slay the well, she didn't want to do it herself. She didn't want to kill Phrixus and Hele herself. So she devised a plan to actually get them killed by the villagers. And she actually told all the women in the city of Kolchis that she wanted them to burn or roast the seed for the next time the men would actually go out and plant them in the fields, so they wouldn't grow anything. That is the part that she left off. But yeah, if they wanted happiness and fertility and stuff, they should actually, unbeknownst to the men, actually roast those seeds, and of course they would actually turn bad. And her plan was that yeah, there was a famine the next year because nothing was growing. And then the next year they sent out a party to one of the oracles, and Ino actually passed them up or bribed them to actually spread the word that if they wanted to end the famine, they have to kill the old kids of the king that he had with someone that is not, or with someone else than the queen. And so the villagers were like, yeah, to end the famine, I guess we have to kill Phrixus now, the next one in line for the throne. And just as that was about to happen, Nephele, the cloud, was actually sending a golden ram to the rescue of her children. And it is the same golden ram that now became the golden fleece, that in this story was made by Epimetheus. In the actual myth, the golden fleece is said to be, and I'm very sad that people are not here to actually listen to this part, because this is obviously so in line with my normal bullfucking stories. The actual golden fleece was made by Theophany and Poseidon. And how was it created? Well, Theophany was a very, very beautiful queen that had many suitors that would follow her everywhere, and she rejected them until Poseidon lay eyes upon her and took her away from the other suitors because they wouldn't actually leave them in peace for the fucking action. And he took her away to an island, and when the suitors even followed to that place, he turned all the villagers and Theophany and himself into animals. Specifically, he turned Theophany into an ewe and himself into a ram, and so the suitors were actually not able to distinguish them from the animals. There's another interpretation that he actually they actually knew it, and then he turned the villagers into wolves and had the suitors be torn up by the villagers, by the wolf pack. But yeah, he turned Theophany, and then they were fucking, and that is how the golden ram came to be. And Theophany was a daughter of the sun god Helios. And so Nephele actually was sending the golden ram that could fly, that had this impenetrable skin, and that could actually speak, to the rescue of her kids Phrixus and Hele. and then the golden ram descended from heaven, saved them. Nephele gave Helle and Phrixus the warning: don't look down, don't look down upon the earth while the ram is flying you away. And Helle actually took the chance to look down upon the earth, because of course back then humans could not fly, and was basically the same as Icarus, fascinated by it. But yeah, she looked down upon the earth and was distracted and fell off the ram. And actually, where Helle fell, she was actually honored. The place that she fell into was then called the Hellespont. But yeah, Phrixus lived. Phrixus was carried over to. Oh no, actually I told this with Colchis. Phrixus was the one that was carried over to Colchis. He was carried over the Black Sea, and Colchis, which is now probably around somewhere Georgian, was actually carried over to there, and then sacrificed the ram that could speak, that had this skin, this impenetrable skin, that was actually saving him. He actually sacrificed after that the golden ram, and the king of the land of Colchis was actually very friendly to him, and so they sacrificed they gave the golden fleece as a sacrifice to either Zeus or Ares. I'm not quite sure which one. There's just 50-50 about this, really. Hung the golden fleece upon a tree, guarded by a dragon, guarded by boars that could breathe fire, stuff like that. Stuff like that Jason actually then had to, in his heroic story, had to go through to actually get the fleece from them. But yeah, Phrixus was then taken up like a child by the king of Colchis, which had its own problems. But yeah, that is basically how the golden fleece came to be. So it is actually quite the different story that they are telling in here, I do have to say. But yeah, that is to actually, if anyone is in here that would have suspected tonight to have any good bullfucking stories, we already told the story about Paris and Ares in the bull race, but as far as bestiality goes, that is probably the best I can offer tonight. Poseidon and Theophany creating the golden ram. And I do wonder. I mean, those are all good. There's nothing bad about any of this. A true friend. Well, he is not a Hermes fiction. A noble captain, a honorable man. Yeah, he's not an Ares or a Hermes. An honorable man or a noble captain. I would actually think he was an honorable man, because Captain Idas was the one that we actually followed to retirement. We actually got to pick the new guard captain with his help, and then found him with his family after we left. And we actually the first sword that we got in the game, or the first sword upgrade we got, was actually the guard captain Idas' one. And we found him with his family. For the first time he had time for them, really. So that he actually is now dead. It's kinda sad, probably. So he was more than just a captain, he was an honorable man.
Hear me, Apollo. I commend to you Idas, captain of the guard of Iolcus. Know he was a man of integrity and honor. Find now your eternal place, Idus. Find now the fate you deserve. You are released from this mortal tether. May unyielding Hades have mercy on your spirit. Elpis, daughter of Kyros and Callista.
Elpis actually died.
You are
Oh
released from
shit.
this mortal tether. May unyielding Hades have mercy on your spirit. Mnason, father of Pathros and Timaeus. You are released from this mortal tether.
So those of you that are still here, do you want the rest of it tonight? Do you want it finished
By
off?
the looks of it, Polias has
Or
an
should we do
army
that another
here.
time?
I can't bring her in, Jason. They'll swarm us before we get ashore.
Then we'll take the shore boats. Myself and 2 others will land near the docks. 2 more can land on the eastern shore. We'll meet at the palace. The rest will defend the Argo. We can't risk losing her. King Lycomedes, you have command of the ship. If we don't return, sail home and raise your army.
My people will answer if they're called to arms.
Then it's decided. We leave within the hour. Prepare yourselves.
Epic voyage. I couldn't read that. Yeah. A little bit. Okay, let's finish up here. Take the extra points that we can get. That is gonna take long enough, and then we finish. I mean, I would like to finish this off. Yeah, I'm actually gonna save the last bit for another time.
I've known the corruption of the Black Tongues firsthand. Hecate finds willing thralls in men like your uncle, who lust for what isn't theirs. But you, Jason, fight for more than just yourself, and those are the men the Black Tongues fear. A bright-eyed
Okay, I can't actually get any options from them. Oh well.
I will pray for your safe return. May Hermes guide you.
May Hermes guide me.
In trying to protect my daughter, I made mistakes. But blessing her marriage to you was not one of them. May you finish what I began so many years ago.
Yes, Lycomedes actually had the war against the Black Tongues. There's actually a whole story about Medea that I would like to tell as well.
The
But
Black Tongues are here in force. I have never felt so strong a presence. Your uncle must wield a terrible power. Be careful.
This is my home, Medea. My kingdom. Let those who defiled her take care and lament. For a reckoning is upon them.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess there's nothing much to be told anymore anyways. So let me actually get the last points into... So this is just the last part of the game, really. Golden cannot move him. They deflect off his body until far less damage. Like said, I don't actually like the... If an island is defeated, will defend duration. Power blocks deal even more damage. I mean, that is a fine point to put in there. Argonauts have more health and slowly regenerate health. Yeah, I don't actually want my Argonauts to finish off all the work for me. When blocking, Jason has a chance to automatically power block attacks. That is really nice, actually. Vigilant defense. For 4 aspect points. That, I mean, that would be really nice. What would we have here? All great, so yeah, well, sword attacks I don't use anyways. Sword attacks that come from dodges, no. When Jason uses a prone attack to kill an enemy, he receives a god power charge bonus. Might not be so bad. Spirit Trail. Nah, I don't really. That's another active ability I don't really need. All of Jason's attacks fire a blast in the air, high power, and damages enemies. That's another active ability. I wish you could actually see what are active and what are actually passive ones. All enemies move slow, while Jason moves at normal speed. Move very slow. Sword Stash I don't need. Use prone. Yeah, this would need another 4 aspect points, so don't really need it. When hitting an enemy's back, yeah. So yeah, from Hermes we don't need anything. Sword's weapon swap attack deals more damage. Nah. What we could actually use is when we go out of the cutscenes, we actually have to switch weapons anyways, because the weapon you have in a cutscene, which is always the sword, for, well, mostly only the sword. We could actually go to the to this one now, and does a substantial amount of damage to shields. That might be something, but I need to spend a lot of points on it. Ares' Rage, a Fury Explosion blasts nearby enemies, dealing... My god, those T-chat... the T-chat actually works fine, but the ads are looking so weird on it, especially because they don't fully load. So I just have a black bar over it. But yeah, this is another active ability I don't really need. Stone Armor, if an enemy strikes Jason, the enemy takes some damage and Jason unhurt. The effect fades if Jason has been hit too many times. I would rather have the Silver Armor, because as you have seen, the Silver Armor actually did help me quite a bit in the fight against the other dude before we got the... or that was guarding the Golden Fleece. Petrify 2 turns enemy to stone. Petrified enemies can be shattered like shields. Shattered enemies explode, dealing damage to other enemies. That would be kind of nice. I could go for that one. And this one. Yeah, Apollo, we said, like, the Vigilant Defense is really the only one. If Jason blocks an attack, he damages that foe and sends him reeling back. But the Solar Shield, that is Solar Shield 2. Yeah, Solar Shield 1. That's another active ability. So Athena, the Argonauts become more powerful. Yeah, that is great. I didn't even take the first one because I don't want them to help me. Jason's power block stuns enemies for even longer. That would be fine. The spear special move, sweeping strike, okay. Tempest, lightning seed. All of Jason's attacks deal more damage and can hurt enemies even if they block. Defeated enemies trigger a blast, okay. The Storm Spear could be good. Can hurl lightning spears at a fast rate, trigger electrical explosion that injure nearby enemies, okay. Jason interrupts an enemy's attack. His attack does extra damage and all enemies are pushed backwards. Ooh. That. But wait, the unyielding assault is actually an extra one, right? God powers. I want Athena. Lightning Shield did more damage. Yeah. Ah, bang. Exploited interest and stuns nearby foes. Yeah, that's another active ability that I don't really fully like. And for the regeneration, this one I could probably reach. Jason's health quickly regenerates in combat. That is the one that I would actually like to take. Overall resistance is increased by a large amount, increasing even more when Jason blocks. Yeah, I'll actually take this one. General of Ares. Reach the final tier of Ares' favor, okay. Seer of Humility. Restored Cassia. Nope. Judge of Virtue, no. Atalanta with her parents. Wielding Zephyrus. Completed Zephyrus. Military historian. Learned about Lycomedes' war. Build rapport with your allies. Wise leadership. Okay. No, I'll actually go with Pygmalion, I think. I have 1 point, and all my resistance is increased by a large amount from the moderate amount. And the other one, Thrown spears have increase in power and deal more damage to shields. Jason takes very little damage when he is attacking. Righteous Fury. Wait. The Righteous Fury, I just looked this up, right? God powers. Athena. Oh, the Righteous Fury is not even a god power. Oh my. Silver armor, solar shield. Petrify and Rampage. Wait a minute, Petrify and Rampage 2. We do have both of those already equipped. Okay. So for her, the Righteous Fury, but I need 7 more aspects for it. Okay, well. Yeah, we can't reach that. We can't actually reach it. Righteous Fury 2 is the most that I can get out of this. Takes much less damage when attacking. And with this takes very little damage when he is attacking. Which is what I'm actually going for with the mace. I don't really want to block. Conviction, all spear attacks have a chance to deal extra damage and have a great chance to deal extra damage. Meh. So the Unyielding Assault, if Jason interrupts an enemy attack, does extra damage. That might be good. That might be 2 points that I can spend. Since we do actually interrupt people. And improved Sweeping Strikes, well, that is not really what I want to go for. The Storm Spear is nice. I think the Storm Spear might not even be an active ability. The Aegis, electricity arcs off of Jason into nearby enemies, interrupting them and occasionally blasting them away with damaging bolt. Yeah, I actually... Oh. Like I said, the T-Chat is actually showing me advertisements that look really weird. But yeah, Seeking Spear. So I will actually go for the Unyielding Assault if I... What would actually get me to that? Judge of Virtue. Gained entrance to the Temple of Athena. I can very much give this to Athena. And then see if the Unyielding Assault is actually really a passive ability. Your voice sounds a little tired. Okay, so that is a passive ability. Unyielding Assault is one more aspect point, so we are actually gonna give this to him, or to her. Cassia learned the history of Medusa's crimes, that we can take. Oh, Hypnage Hunter and Accomplished Slayer. Stay one of every foe of the... Yeah. Damn it! This is actually not giving me the point. I thought this was actually a... Oh god. Well, let's go with Unyielding then. But yeah, Jason interrupts this. This needs one more aspect to buy this. So I'm actually gonna improve Sweeping Strike. I don't need Tempest. I don't need the Lightning Seed 2 I have. Jason attack deal more damage. Can't hurt. I could go to this. Lethal Commander. My Argonauts become more powerful. But like I said, I actually would like to finish this on my own. So let's take the Lightning Seed. And now I need to... So okay. It is good enough. I actually need another point anyways. Oh my, there's a whole other story with Sephiroth and Apollo. That the Westwind Zephyr was actually fighting with Apollo about a boy that they both liked, and then the boy decided on Apollo being his lover, and then Zephyr, while they were playing with the discus, throwing it back and forth, Zephyr actually gave the discus a little bit of a sweep, and it landed right on the head of the boy, and so basically Apollo, with the help of Zephyr, killed the boy. Reunited with Atalanta, with her parents. Told Gelios of Phaleon's dead. Stuff educated Phaedron and Tartarus. That is actually something I could give her. Raven's Bane 2. And like I said, I don't know. This is probably not gonna give... yeah, this is probably not gonna give her the final point, even though I really would like to give that to her. But they are all giving so much. Argonauts completed Argonauts. Oh, we actually completed another star picture. Hermes aligned joints. I don't need to reach the temple of Hecate. Okay, that was enough. Unyielding Assault. So we actually have, when we actually keep on attacking, we should be good. We should actually be good. And the Storm Spear I would want to get, but let me just see. You wanted the Petrify 2, right? Petrify 2. I don't know if I'll actually get to use it, but that was actually kind of fun. And like I said, the stone armor, I would rather get the gold armor, but I don't... I need 3 more aspect points for that. But that could help. Could help a little bit. But yeah, let's get the one here. I killed 100 fiends. I killed 80. I stunned 35 enemies and reached the interior of this now. Used 10 god powers, killed 50 fiends. Oh, I think if we actually finish this out, if we were to finish this whole thing, I guess we would probably get another get another achievement to then spend on another god. Oh, and I completed Draco as well. Okay. But yeah, the other ones that I would go for, the Storm Spear I could go for, and that one is too much. Brilliance, all enemies are stunned, golden armor, and regeneration. Yeah, I think the last few points I'll spend on Apollo if I can, for the extra regeneration, because that is really important. That really did something in the last fights. And the golden armor, just to upgrade the one that we already have here with the silver armor. That is gonna be our last points. And yeah, we got the solar shield here. So there we go. Now the last part of it is just, I guess, killing Pelias. Oh yeah, here. We have the Avengers Maul. As Jason kills enemies in rapid succession with this mace, his power increases. The benefits of this mace multiplies as Jason acquires the Ares Menace aspect, which we have, so that is actually pretty nice. And the Golden Fleece. The Fleece increases all of Jason's abilities by a substantial amount. All of his abilities. Restores God powers more quickly and provides him with constant health generation. So yeah, the Golden Fleece is just OP, as you would guess. Really nice. The Ares Menace was... Why do you actually get me in there? Conquest, where is it? Ares Menace. Shield Breaker, Vengeance, Menace. We have the Menace 2. Jason defeats enemies quickly. All of his attacks have a moderate increase in power and damage versus shields that persists as he kills enemies. So yeah, that is actually pretty fine. I do wonder if... Where are my maces? There they are. Avengers Maul, we do still have the Fist of Ares from Mycenae. All mace attacks deal more damage to shields. This mace also has a chance to instantly destroy shields with any strike. I think it is better with the Menace combination, so we actually took the right one, I think. It's an enemy, there's a chance non-damaging blast will impact all foes around him. Also, the mace attacks have a moderate power bonus. That might also be good. Fulcrum of Justice, all mace attacks have a chance to stun enemies on hit, and large chance to stun when a shield is destroyed. The Ares' Skullcrack aspects enhance this. Well, this one I like the best from the looks, but yeah, we are gonna take this one. I'm very happy with how this game is running though. Like, one crash is pretty good, do I have to say.
I've got weapons enough for the crew.
If we don't make it back, you're to sail for Mycenae to raise King Lycomedes' army. The Argo must not be lost.
Don't worry about the Argo. Should anyone attack her, they'll be in for a few surprises.
I like that he swings his mace back there, or his hammer. Okay. Let's see if we can talk with our allies before, and then let's make it to the shore of Iolcos. and finish this up another time.
Some might say what's happened here is a triumph for the Black Tongues. I say it's a grave mistake, for now they face a man fighting for his home. And there's nothing in this world more fierce than that.
Okay.
I imagined Yolkus as a beautiful place.
It is. And it will be again once we cleanse it of Hekate's filth.
Jason, you helped me win back my home. I hope that I can do the same for you.
After all we've been through, to return to this. Polius. How could he have done this? He's your uncle.
My uncle is dead. And the Hekate-worshipping madman who calls himself Polius will be dead soon enough.
Straight to the palace?
Straight to Alcime. Be ready, my friend.
I'm not so sure how literal I should take that.
5 against an army. Good odds.
Are you ready, son of Thetis?
The question is, are they?
Okay, let's do it.
Those with me, we make for the docks. The others will traverse the eastern plains. We meet at the palace. There'll be no turning back once we leave.
Who should I take? So, Shiny, I think you are the only one that is left. So you get to decide which two we actually select. So for the underworld we actually selected Achilles and Athena. Oh, everyone got their own color, that is nice. She got yellow, green, blue and white. That is so much work. Why would they actually do that? I don't mind either choice. The the last choice we made with no, I don't think so. I actually don't think so. In the underworld with Achilles and Athena, or Atalanta, we actually saw how much it mattered back there. Okay.
Of course. Ready when you are.
Right. Let's go.
Is that your final answer? Should I lock it in? I mean, like I said, I don't think there's much of a
Let fury
difference.
burn your heart to ash. Kill any who dares stand between us and Alcime.
Do not worry about anyone who would do her harm.
Who's this?
Okay.
Sneaking about in the dark. The Yolkan's friends. Where is he? Where is the one called Jason?
Where is he? He is home.
Ionians! We do not fear the Greeks and their weak gods. We'll hang the fleece as a banner once you're dead. Kill them all!
Oh my. Okay, well. What the heck? You see that, yeah, the fleece is a little bit OP, just like that, hurling normal enemies at you.
Spoiling everything they touch. Time to clean house.
But it is no wonder that we actually got detected right away. I mean, there are no stealth mechanics in this game, but it is not a real wonder that we got detected, right? Coming to the shore wearing this in the darkness. It is actually not... Who would have guessed that they could have seen us like this? But we were so sneaky. But yeah, that is the with the fleece. And hello, new people. We don't have problems with any of them anymore. The normal enemies that they are hurling at us here. Hello there. Oh my god, we actually broke, I think, every bone in his body. Just... Oh, but he does still get up. And now we disintegrated him. Can I please? At least we got his head before he disintegrated. Okay. But there's still more? Okay. See, my Argonauts are strong enough as they are. Also, we get this attack bonus. The electrocution effect is the attack bonus we get from constantly slaying enemies. Oh, there's another one that is coming, running. That is nice. Look at her just... I think she will kill him before he... Yes. Well. Oh, no. Atalanta, you, I think you have to finish up something here. Oh, you failed me. Well. I can luckily finish up on my own. Okay. Well. So then that shall be it for tonight. We actually made it to... Oh, the southward. Oh, that is why we finished up Draco. Yeah, I told you, I don't want my... I don't want my Argonauts to be even more powerful and then get even more power and even more revival out of it. They are strong enough as is. They are just gonna steal my kills. But yeah, star pictures. We actually... The Centaurus, Horn of Alep. Centaur, the honor Alep title. Centaurus honor, blah, blah, blah. Surviving long after the race of centaurs has left the earth